it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Let's see here. Okay, this one. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Oh, about to do a remix. Oh gosh, I gotta forget. It got it on a loop around. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. Hopefully, everybody had a wonderful evening. I'm trying to figure out why is my I'm really starting to think that I need to call the internet people because I don't know what the heck going on. It seemed like our internet is spinning today. And I don't understand why. Good morning, Marilda. Hey, lady. Good morning, pretty. Good morning, ladies. If you are working and lurking and twerking or whatever you may be doing, good morning to you. Okay. I'm trying to see. Let me see. Yeah, it's like my internet is acting goofy. Okay. So today we are in day 2 of our Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. And God, I have to ask you, and we'll talk about this throughout the day as we are in this trial. I am wondering, when we are looking at this trial and thinking about these things that are going on with her, I know that there was a lot of things that was publicized because of all the things that her baby daddy / ex-fiance had did to obtain. I don't want to say illegal. I guess I can't say illegal because they gave it to him, right? to obtain these warrants and things like that. Not warrants, but the custody and restraining order. I'm not sure what documentation he put on there to prove it, to give just cause for the hearing or for the baby to be removed at the time, but he did, right? So my question is does everybody, because it seemed like I get a lot of, I was on some other people's chats last night, and it seemed like a lot of people want to say that she is not guilty because of the baby daddy / fiance's actions. And I need to understand, like, is that your sentiment? Like, she's not guilty because of that? Or do you think that she is possibly guilty? Because, guys, I mean, I have to be honest with you. You know, I play devil's advocate, you know, innocent until proven guilty. And I think that they may have enough to, based off of the information, I think that she may be considered guilty. Not because they were not, I mean, they were definitely horrible circumstances. They shouldn't have probably been there in the first place, you know, because everything was false from my understanding. But I'm starting to think that she may be guilty because I just cannot understand why he would just shoot her. But then in the same token, I can't understand why she would shoot him. I honestly believe she was bringing out her gun to actually pew herself. But the problem with that is, from one cop to another cop, you never know what a cop is going to do. I mean, you never know what a cop never knows what a person is going to do. So I feel like in that way, like he's not guilty because he didn't know what she was going to do. Or maybe she can be not guilty because of certain fact that they can say that she was trying to pew herself. So maybe they can get it that way. I don't know. Yeah, Morelda, you said that was mistake number one. Like, I just, you know, I'm like, everybody, I know everybody is like free Kelsey and on the bandwagon, but I think that she may be guilty. Hey, pretty, you said I think she guilty. How they went about serving her was totally insensitive, in my opinion, especially her state of mind. I mean, I think that the whole situation was kind of different because I can almost promise you that if it was just regular Jane Doe, she would not have been able to call her mom. She would not have been able to do those things, right? Like, I guess because she was a fellow officer, a comrade, they were a little bit lenient. They were a lot more lenient than they would be with somebody that they didn't know. Because there's no way they're gonna let the mom come over there. And I guess even with him as the baby daddy / fiance, I guess because he was a firefighter, that they were lenient with him. You know, hey, you can just come on over here to his house and come get your stuff and come get the baby instead of meeting at McDonald's, like, or meeting here at the station. I don't know why that happened like that. And that probably infuriated her even more. Like, I would be pissed to the 10th degree. Like, and you're gonna bring this MFR up in my house? Like, I don't know what happened at this Jack and Jill party, but it did took this marriage down a hill. And yeah, I don't know what happened, but it didn't happen. And I want to know what happened so badly. So if anybody has any information on the Jack and Jill party, please let me know, because I am so nosy and I need to know. And I want her to tell me. She's gonna have to take the stand, guys. And when she takes the stand, I want her to tell me what happened up there on that hill that they fell down. No, excuse me. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to understand, because I'm so nosy. And I'm trying to figure out, you got to think, guys, they were like right there at the wedding. So I'm thinking that at least 80% of the wedding is taken care of, right? Like 80% of the money is already paid. Good morning, real happy. Okay, so we 2 weeks in front of the wedding, 80% of it's paid. Most of you probably not gonna be able to get your money back at this point in time because they didn't reserve these spots, they didn't kept this stuff. You may have your caterer, you may have your cake, you may have your venue, you may have your band, you may have all of these wonderful things, and you have paid all this money, this overpriced money. Because when they hear wedding, they like, huh. I normally charge $500 to DJ at the hood party, but if it's a wedding, then it's $1,000. It's instant markup if you say wedding. So okay, cool. So y'all didn't pay for all of this stuff. Y'all had this bachelorette and bachelor party together. And what they're telling me is that something happened so devastating. And I mean, this had to be devastating, right? Because they got a new baby. Like, new baby. Y'all got y'all firstborn, because I think it's the firstborn to both of them. Y'all in love. Y'all about to get married. Like, we got the family. I don't know what happened up there on that hill. Somebody had to be cheating, or somebody had to be sleeping with somebody, or something had to come out. Like, that's the only thing I could think that's that egregious. Like, because if you cheating on me, like right before the wedding, like 2 weeks before, then yeah, we probably can't do this. We probably shouldn't do this, because it can't be about money, right? Because I don't think they have merged enough of their finances. And I don't know if her postpartum depression, if that would have had a lot to do with it. I mean, because he had to know something about something, right? I don't know. I don't know what happened at the Jack and Jill party. I need to do an investigation. I'm gonna be Inspector Gadget, because I want to know what happened when Jack and Jill went up the hill and decided to come on down. Let me see what we have going on as far as the courtroom feed. I did see they did put up a post for the Hawaii trial. So I think the Hawaii trial will be going on. It says it starts at 12 today. And that's Mountain Standard Time. So we shall see if it starts at 12 or not. We'll probably end up, maybe depending on what time we are in court and how we're doing here, may have to get into that one late. We'll have some TiVo time, and we'll also have or you can listen to it on 1.25 at a faster speed, which is fine. Okay. Did I pull it up? Did I pull a Courtroom up? No, I didn't. Let me pull it up and see what we have. It looks like right now we're just looking at a bench. Yeah, so those are my thoughts in regards to this case. Let me see. I'm here. I don't know. StreamYard is acting real funny early this morning. I have no clue why. I don't know. I was sitting up here talking, pulling up the thing, and I came back and the StreamYard was damn gone. I'm like, huh? What? And the rest of the stuff is working. So the rest of like my internet screens and stuff is working. So I don't know what that's about. Okay. So what I was saying is that the officer that yesterday, Officer Nunan, the person that Kelsey, I was hearing alleged reports from other channels and things that her and this Officer Nunan, they were like real cool. But I didn't get that from his testimony. And we're gonna listen to his testimony this morning because, like I said, he's gonna be back on the stand as soon as they start court. But I didn't get that. I didn't get that from what he testified to. It was like he just came to this station. They did go out on a call together, but I mean, he wasn't saying like they were BFFs or anything like that. And a lot of people are saying like they were BFFs. And I'm like, I didn't get that. So I wanted to listen to his testimony again. I'm gonna try to get past the first portion where he talked about his credentials for about an hour and a half. I don't think I want to hear that part of it because that's just way too much. That's way too much for me. So we're gonna try to get past that part. Okay, let me see.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
That's another thing I wonder. Like when they swearing people in, it's like his voice starts off low and then it gets very high. I wonder if that part of their thing, like start off low and then they get, more aggressive with what they're saying as they're swearing people in. Because you notice when we watch today, if you hear that high low that they present with.
Knowledge of the whole plant itself.
At some point, did you decide to? Okay, and what did that consist of? How long did you make it? Right, you made it. And how long did you
do the talking? And she, based on the restraining order.
While you were in Lawrence, were you always on patrol?
No.
Okay. What can you tell us about that place?
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives for several years, and then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys, SWAT, and that's pretty much it.
Now you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
I'm sorry. No, was that? I don't mean that was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it? Right, you made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in the Lawrence SWAT team?
I believe 2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North
Okay. And so,
2024, Your Honor.
why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so slower pace is kind of needed.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025. Were you patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift? Do you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently the defendant's ex-fiance took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Alain?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the
Live court has started. I'm glad that proved my point. This officer did not know her like that. Why did people? I don't know why people were trying to act like because they rode together that they was together and they went on a bad call. From my understanding, I do know that they went on a call together and they were like partners on the call. It was a mom with a child with the attempted suicide, and they went on a call together. He just knew her. He like the most of the time she's on maternity leave. He didn't know her like that. I don't know why people are. That's what people are portraying out here, that they just knew each other. Like, yeah, because I didn't even think she was on the force that long. But I digress. Okay, I heard what I needed to hear. But they are live in trial, so I am going to take us live into the courtroom. He is going to be back on the stand this morning because he was the last person that we left off on. So, I mean, they have so many theatrics when they first come in that it's just like outstanding. Hear ye, hear ye. Bang, 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 bang. Like, wow. Like it's a lot. But let me take this off. Stop. Okay, I am going to share, put us into the courtroom, and maybe we'll listen to some more of his testimony if we get another break. But I don't want to not have us live.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Jeff Park, Justice of the Superior Court, announcing in Lawrence within the Florida County message. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this most honorable court. The court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. March 24th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carp presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Good counsel, please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, James.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor. Martha Cooley, representing the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms.
Timothy
Fitzsimmons.
Bradle, Kelsey Fitzsimmons to my right, and thank you again, my paralegal, Courtney Healy to my left.
Good morning. Okay, you folks can have a seat. And I want to apologize to everyone for running a bit late. I wanted to do some last minute research on the motion for a view. And wanted to talk to you folks about it. So paper 88 is the defendant's motion for a view. And I guess at this point, is the defense still seeking a view?
Judge, we haven't had any progress on the other end of it. Excuse me. At this point, I am satisfied with your discretion. If you would like a view, we'll do it. I did file the motion. If you feel that at the close of the evidence you would like a view, we'll make it happen.
Okay, well, let me just tell you my present thinking. So, and I think some of this you're implying, so I don't think I'm patronizing you by any means.
No, Your Honor.
So I was told at Sidebar yesterday that Ms. Fitzsimmons no longer owns the home, and it belongs to a it is now owned by a third party. So has the defense been in communication with the current owner?
Not the owners themselves, some representatives, Your Honor, and it's just honestly kind of getting a little bit of passive resistance about it.
Okay, all right. So just to point out, and this is why I was running late, I was trying to remember, there was a case from a couple decades ago, I think, Commonwealth versus Mattis, which goes through the procedure under circumstances where none of the parties have, a party seeks access to someone's home for purposes of a view. And essentially my memory is, and just a quick look this morning, is that it's kind of a Rule 17 circumstance where the homeowner would need to be summoned, given an opportunity to be heard about whether we could go in there. This issue a lot of times doesn't come up because a lot of times the Commonwealth has either the scene is a public place or the Commonwealth has had the ability to I guess to reach out to the owners and make that work. But the Commonwealth is not seeking a view. They have the burden of proof. And I guess my position at this point is neutral. I would, if the defense wants a view and you're able to set it up in a timely manner, well, Commonwealth, if the defense was able to set up the view, in other words, reach out and do the legwork that the Commonwealth usually does, is the Commonwealth opposed to it? Okay. Will the Commonwealth and your resources help us?
Of course.
Okay. Thank you. So we have, so I'm just going to leave it to you, Mr. Brado. I just don't want a last minute decision because we need to, Mr. Ruane especially needs to make plans for transportation, et cetera. So I just don't, it seems to me that as for whether I need it or not, I think it's not my place to say. I know I did, in fairness to both sides, I did say that yesterday. And after thinking about it, I don't think it's my place to say. The Commonwealth has the burden. The defense has due process rights, as well as many other constitutional rights. And I'm open to accommodating a view.
Thank you very much, Ron.
Just let Mr. Ruane know sooner than later.
Very good.
Okay.
And we wouldn't, I could just tell you now that we don't want to, force these people to do it. We don't want to get into a thing with it, but
I can tell you this from my perspective. Here I am talking again out of both sides of my mouth, which from my perspective, it arguably is less helpful where the items in the bedroom or the layout and even like the bed and all that aren't the same. And I can get a sense that this is a pretty narrow stairwell, et cetera. But in any event, I'll leave it to you folks. You folks are better at doing your jobs than I am.
We'll take one more, we'll reach out one more time to see where it goes, and we'll advise the court by the end of the day.
Okay, no problem at all. And other than that, I think we left off with Officer Nunan. I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
No, I just had two more questions for him, and then.
For him. Okay, all right, that's fine. So we left off for near the end of direct examination of Officer Nunan. He can be recalled.
Just remind them.
Yes, please.
You can take the stand, sir.
Good morning,
Just
sir.
reminding you that you're still under oath from yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All set, Mr. Gubertosi?
Thank you. Sir, I just had a couple more questions for you. The firearm that you used on the 30th, what happened to it after you left the residence?
So I secured the scene, and then once more officers showed up, they relieved me, and the chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
You talked about Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's wearing a sweater.
May the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Yes, it may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Before we get into the case, I'm looking at your glasses.
Hmm?
Are those glasses AI recording type glasses?
No,
Okay, so you're not recording anything right now?
absolutely not.
Um, Let's go to June 30th at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' house. What time did you get there?
I think right around 6 or 5:30, 6 o'clock.
The upshot of that visit was that when you got there, you didn't secure the firearms, did you?
No, we didn't.
And you, collectively, meaning the three of you brought the guy getting the restraining order to the person he claims he's in fear of, correct?
I wasn't aware that Justin was en route. That was Lieutenant Daly when he made arrangements with Justin.
So you're saying that
Allen.
was, sorry, finish your answer.
Justin Allen.
That was that was not your part of this incident?
No, it wasn't.
And you're saying that, oh, sorry.
Excuse me one moment.
Oh goodness, that white noise sounds terrible. Well, he asked him that question about his glasses because they now have glasses, and it looked like his is probably some Ray-Bans, glasses that can record things and play music and listen to your phone, all types of stuff.
Gentlemen, move. Sorry about that, sir. We'll make room for you. And just one second, Mr. Brado. All set, Mr. Brado. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Thank you. So when did you become aware that Justin Elaine was coming to the house?
I wasn't aware.
Did you see him at all when you were there?
No.
You were aware that he came in and was walking around the house?
No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. You go upstairs with Kelsey and with Officer Houston, correct?
Yep.
Officer Houston leaves to see who's coming in downstairs?
There was an older woman that was causing a scene with Lieutenant Daly, and
The question was, did Houston go downstairs?
he did, to mitigate what was going on downstairs, is what my belief was.
And you were with Kelsey when she had gone into her bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Then you went down the stairs to see what was going on.
No,
You took some steps down the stairs, didn't you?
I did not.
Your testimony is that you stayed on that landing?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true you left Kelsey alone in that room for a period of time?
No.
You're serving an order on someone who's your colleague, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say that this restraining order service isn't exactly going by the book, is it?
And from my past experience, it is.
Well, the guns are floating around out there.
Actually, Kelsey had stated the guns were downstairs in the basement in the safe.
I didn't ask you what she stated, did I?
Continue.
Thank you. So the guns are still floating around. You're serving a colleague. The guy comes to the house who's got the order. It's fair to say this isn't exactly a garden variety service of a restraining order, is it?
That's inaccurate.
It's inaccurate?
Yes.
Okay. And this is just another day for you?
No, it's not.
So in fact, you were working, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You get a call from Houston.
Yes.
He tells you what the plan is, correct?
Yes, he said that,
I didn't ask you what he said.
okay.
He told you what the plan is, correct?
No. He asked me to meet up with him.
He told you that Kelsey's ex-fiance got a restraining order and that you had to serve it, get her firearms, and get the baby, didn't he?
Not on the phone, no.
And you said to Houston on the phone, whatever he said to you, your answer was, sounds good. Right.
No,
That's not what you said.
I don't remember what I said to him.
Okay. Well, that's what you told the grand jury, isn't it?
Objection.
Okay, overruled.
Misstating what he told the grand jury.
Well, you can restate during redirect.
We'll get to all that, Your Honor. We'll circle back
And I
on all
prefer
this.
that both sides show a witness what they're referring to when they're trying to.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I want to ask you some questions about your relationship with Kelsey.
Sure,
You said that you didn't know her well,
that's correct.
and you said that she was on maternity leave most of the time. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you also said that you got along well with her, right?
For the time, I think we went to 1 or 2 calls together. Other than that, I worked a completely different shift. So
So
we got along when we went to calls, yes.
Did you get along well with her or not?
Yeah.
And did you think well of her?
I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't have a chance to really get to know her.
Well, do you know Maureen Teresi, your neighbor?
Maureen Teresi.
You gave her your opinion of Kelsey, didn't you?
I don't remember.
You called her a whack job, didn't you?
I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradle, I missed the question. Can you state
Sure.
that again?
So I asked him if he knew Miss Maureen Teresi, his neighbor,
Okay.
and I said that he gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and that he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you called her a whack job to your
Well,
neighbor?
it's possible
So that's what you really think about Kelsey, isn't it, that she's a whack job?
after she tried to kill me.
And at the time, you went in there loaded for bear, didn't you?
No.
Well, let's see. You told the state police that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It
The
wasn't
job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question is complete because we can't have two folks talking over one another.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks very much. Go ahead, Mr. Bradle.
And also you raised quite a lot of concerns about where Kelsey parked her car, correct?
Yes,
And you suggested at one point that you could box her in and take her into custody with respect to the car, right?
yes,
So you were thinking that she was going to need to be sectioned, that she was a whack job, and that she needed to be boxed in and placed into custody, right?
Objection.
And that's what a state of mind, Bernard.
He has testified that he thought she was a whack job before he went there.
Overruled.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
no.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, well, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so with respect to the car, you testified in such a manner that you're suggesting that there was some suspicion attached to that, right?
Can you rephrase?
Yeah, you're suspicious of the fact that she parked the car 150 yards away, you said.
Yes,
So your mindset is that she's evading something or she's up to something?
well, in my training and experience, the distance of where she parked her car from her house and having a baby, and also her behavior in the past where her car was always parked in the driveway,
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What are you thinking she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You
Yes.
know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom,
Yes.
holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door,
Yes.
right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves. Yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to get any of my prints or anything on them.
But you said you took them off fairly quickly when you got in there.
Yes.
And at what point did you take them off?
Right before she handed me the baby.
So you hadn't yet touched the firearms and you took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't pan out, did it?
I didn't want to hold the baby with those gloves. They're pretty dirty.
And while we're talking about holding the baby, it's fair to say that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, with 3 cops standing there, had her baby, and she's the one that chose to give it to you. Isn't
Yes.
that right? You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. She, with whatever her mindset was, chose you to take her baby. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And she chose you to take a bottle and feed her baby, right?
That's correct.
And then this is 5 minutes before you say she tries to murder you, right?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you felt that the baby couldn't be comfortable because you had your vest on. So it wasn't comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off to someone else, right?
That's
a
correct.
fair statement?
Yes.
Well, that's not what you said prior, is it?
Well, I like to have my hands free as well. I don't like my hands tied up.
That's what you said the last time, right? That when you spoke with the state police, that you didn't like having anything in your hands, and it was really a tactical reason why you gave the baby up, right?
No, it wasn't a tactical. I just didn't want to be holding the baby.
Isn't it tactical that you want to have your hands free to deal with anything you have to deal with at this?
I want to have my hands free on every call.
What's
that I
wrong
go
with the
to.
word tactical? Why isn't that tactical?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So why doesn't it apply? Because I said it?
I'm sure it could apply.
I'll strike that, Your Honor. Why doesn't it apply?
I'm sure it could apply. Sure.
So for tactical reasons, you gave up the baby, but that's not what you said here at this trial, is it?
I don't recall what you. Can you rephrase that?
Well, here at the trial, you said that the baby couldn't have been comfortable and you wanted to give the baby off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
It wasn't asked.
You were asked what happened repeatedly, and you had every opportunity to talk about it, didn't you?
Sure.
And you left it out.
Not on purpose.
We'll see.
Mr. Brado, comment like that isn't helpful, please.
Sorry, Your Honor, motion to strike.
You're moving to strike your own comment?
I am.
It's allowed. And that's very forthright of you.
So real happy. I'm pausing it now so I can. So that was the problem that I was having. It seemed like in the papers or in the public, what was provided to us was that like they knew each other, like they were BFF partners or something. And I'm like, even when I went in other chats yesterday, people were saying like they knew each other, like he was invited to the wedding or something. So when I listened to the testimony, we listened to it again when we first started. He barely knew her. Like she was on maternity leave most of the time that she was there. And I think they're taking like small things like, okay, so he held the baby. She handed the baby to him. That doesn't mean anything. That they went on 2 calls together. They worked different shifts. I don't know why people are trying to say that they knew each other like that. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I don't even think they were partners. I think that they just knew of each other. They work in the same department. He didn't know her like that. Yeah, right. Real happy. Exactly. Hey, Roseanne, you say it's too early for the pose? Yeah, it could be. Pretty Brownstein, like, wait a minute. Pretty Brownstein, he didn't even know her like that, except for she beautiful. Yeah, and so I guess that makes it more. I still don't think that she tried to. I still don't think she tried to shoot him. Okay, I will say at least that much. I don't think that, but I'm over them. Everybody's trying to say like they were. He knew her. He didn't know her. That's right. Some people have misread, and somebody said yesterday that they don't even have partners, like they single cars over there. Good morning, Susie. So said that's what I heard too, and it seems he paid a lot of attention to her movements. Right? Like I don't. Yeah, I think that a lot of people are getting that really, really, really mixed up in regards to this, and so it would have a person questioning. Okay, well, if Officer Nunan went up there and they knew each other so well, why would he pew her? And then vice versa. That's why when she took the pew out, he didn't know what she was gonna do with it because he don't know her like that. And even if he did know her like that, he don't know her like that, right? In all honesty, like I still don't know you like that because we are talking about a child and I don't know what you're gonna do. We asked you where all the weapons were. You told us in the basement, and here you are with the weapon. No, I didn't walk down the stairs, and I don't know about you guys. I know a lot of people have said this defense attorney is very, very great. Not taking anything away from that, but I do see that he aggressive. I do understand why he has to be aggressive, but I see it. I see it. Yeah, he's back up here, Susie. He's continuing his testimony this morning. He only did direct yesterday. I don't know where Lynn at, Jason. I know she put good morning on our Discord server. And I'll put that link to the Discord server in the chat for anybody who wants to join. That's where the after party happens every day. It's a free app where we can communicate and we don't have to be on YouTube and we can stream movies, all types of stuff. So if you haven't joined our Discord, just please join us. Yeah, so we'll go back into his testimony, but yeah, I want to make, yeah. And so when I see you put that in there real happy, I wanted to make sure that I pause and kind of say something about it because I'm like, everybody making this relationship to be something that I did not ever think it was from his testimony. Now, if she gonna get up there and say they best friends, and okay, well, we have different definitions of best friends, partners, who knows who, but look like they're gonna get spicy on this. And this is the star witness, right? So they have to attack him because he's the one claiming that she tried to shoot him. And he just said it on the stand. She tried to shoot him. All right, let's see.
Can I just have a moment here?
Yeah, take your time.
He better not come back after talking to Kelsey, talk about, did y'all go to a barbecue? I'm gonna be mad. Y'all best friends now.
Grand jury testimony that we alluded to. So your testimony here was that you didn't get the whole plan from Officer Houston on the phone, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And my suggestion that your answer about the thing in sort of a matter-of-fact way was, okay, sounds good. And you disagree that you said that, right?
I don't disagree. I just don't recall.
You don't recall?
Yeah, what I said.
So isn't it true that you were asked, page 36, who did you get a call from? Officer Houston. And what was that call about? Was the next question. And your answer was, he had asked me if Lieutenant Daly reached out to me. I said no. Officer Houston said, hey, can you meet me at the CCC, which is a little grade school behind the Atkinson School. He said, we have to serve papers to Officer Kelsey. I said, okay, sounds good. And I drove over to that location and met up with him, right? And
Sure.
You knew those papers were a restraining order for Kelsey to give up the baby, give up her guns, lose her job, brought by her fiance, right?
I had no idea what was entailed in the restraining order at that time.
At what point did you learn the job here?
As far as the restraining order,
As far as this job you were going to do at Kelsey's house?
what job?
The restraining order service, taking the baby, finding the guns,
When I met up with
sectioning her,
Officer
boxing
Houston,
her in.
when I
putting
met
her
up
into
with Officer
custody.
Houston.
Don't talk when I'm talking, sir. Box, sorry.
Let's not argue back and forth and just ask your questions. If you just wait to answer until he's done. If you can restate, thank you.
Sure. So you asked me what the job was. So my suggestion is that the job is serving the restraining order, going to get the baby, finding the guns. You thought about boxing her in and taking her into custody. You thought about sectioning her. That job.
When I met up with Officer Houston behind the CCC.
And at that point, you knew what you were getting into, right?
After he explained what was going on, and we were pretty shocked.
In all of the statements you've made prior to being here yesterday and today, you've never said that you were pretty shocked about anything, have you?
I don't recall.
You weren't shocked. You were treating this like a video game, weren't you?
No.
Well, your first answer is, sounds good, like it's any other day, right?
As to meeting up with him behind the CCC. Yep, sounds good. I'll see you there.
Sounds good to meet up, okay. Let's talk about the bedroom and the shots that you fired. Here in court, you said that those shots were in rapid fire.
Rapid succession, yes.
And like a boom, boom?
Yes.
No, that's not what you said to the state police, though, is it?
That was 8 months ago, right around there. I don't recall. I said I shot twice, possibly.
you told the state police that you pulled the trigger. This is 1232 in the audio. You told the police that you pulled the trigger once. You said the word once. And then you said, I kept giving commands. And then you said, I pulled the trigger again. That's a completely different scenario than 2 shots in rapid succession, isn't it?
As far as the time frame, I was trying to recall the event as best as possible. But, rapid succession, you pull the trigger, pull it again. Yes, I pulled it twice.
So that was July 3rd, right after this incident, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that talking then it's right after the incident. Now you're here in court. Both of those propositions can't be true, can they?
I'm sorry, what?
The proposition, I'll rephrase it. The proposition that you said here in court, that you made 2 shots in rapid succession,
Yes.
and what you said on July 3rd, 1 shot, giving some commands, another shot, both of those things can't be true, can they?
They can be true.
They can be true.
Yes.
So rapid succession, and then what? You talk really fast before the second shot?
Oh, I was given commands. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm asking you about this particular passage, this particular thing. Here you said you made 2 shots in rapid succession.
Yes.
You painted a different picture on July 3rd, didn't you?
No.
You shot, you gave commands, and then you shot again.
That's the
How can
truth.
that be rapid succession?
Because that's how it went in rapid succession.
You disagreed with me that it was a boom, boom.
Yes.
So where's the time for the commands between the shots?
As I'm yelling them.
Well, that's not what you said. You said you pulled the trigger once. I kept giving commands. I pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So they're 2 different assertions, aren't they?
No.
Okay. You gave a statement on July 3rd to the state police, right? A recorded statement?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and today. What was your preparation like for this case? To come in here and testify?
I met up with Mr. Gubitosi, Attorney Gubitosi,
How many times?
I believe twice.
And when when were those meetings?
One was recently, I think last Thursday, and the one before, I can't remember.
And when did you start prepping your testimony?
On this past Thursday.
Well, you probably started prepping your testimony about 5 minutes after the shooting, didn't you?
No.
When was the first time you were questioned about what happened?
I think July 3rd.
So everyone left you alone until July 3rd?
Yes.
When you were upstairs with Kelsey, she kept giving you things and asking you to take them downstairs, didn't she?
That's correct.
And she did that with Houston as well, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that she was trying to get you away from her, right?
I don't know what her mindset was. I wasn't going to leave her alone.
Sure, let me ask you a better question. The effect of that would have been, if you took things downstairs, that you would have left her.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it? She's trying to get rid of you.
Overruled.
Can you ask that question again?
The fact that she's trying to remove you from the area where her gun is not consistent with her trying to kill you, is it?
At that point, no.
So let's get into the incident here. What do you say happened? You say that Kelsey went into her bedroom after being in the baby's room, correct?
Yes.
She, you don't go in the room, right?
No, I stayed at the very top of the stairs, right before the door frame.
So it's fair to say you're on the landing, the top of the stairs, looking into the room.
That's correct.
And the room's got a lot of furniture in it, a lot of things everywhere, right?
Yes.
So you say that Kelsey has a change in her demeanor, right?
Yes.
She starts to shake and get upset, shaking uncontrollably, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she lunges.
Yes.
She's on her knees.
She was, I believe, on her right knee.
You said that she pushed off her left leg and lunged, right?
Yes.
And at the time, you were 3 feet away from her,
Yes.
maybe less.
Maybe.
So can we agree that's arm's length?
She was a little further away than arm's length, I would say.
So arm's length if you reach over maybe. How about that?
Yes.
And your testimony is that she lunges over and obtains a gun,
Yes.
right? And she assumes a certain stance.
Can you elaborate?
Well, you were there. What stance did she assume?
She pointed a gun at my face and pulled the trigger.
And yesterday, when you were being questioned, you assumed a two-handed stance to show that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And what do you call that kind of a stance?
I don't know.
Like a modified Weaver stance?
Yes.
So she assumes a modified Weaver stance. Can you stand up and show a modified Weaver stance? That's just what it's called.
Okay.
Can you demonstrate to us what a modified Weaver stance looks like?
Do you want me to stand up and show you? Sure.
So are you asking him just in general?
Just to show the stance in general first, yes, Judge, thank you.
So she grabs it, comes up, pulls the trigger.
That's not, I don't think that's what he was asking you, but.
So just what's the modified Weaver stance? What is it?
Here.
And what, can you describe it? What are you doing when you do a modified Weaver stance?
Strong side. All right. So if I'm righty, this is my strong side. That's going to grab the pistol, and I use my support hand to support the weapon.
Are you righty?
I'm sorry.
Are you righty?
I am.
You can have a seat. Thank you.
Thanks.
And you're saying that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun in that kind of a stance?
Yes.
And how far was the gun away from your face?
It was right outside of arm's length.
So she's 3 feet away. She assumes the modified Weaver stance, so she's probably another foot or two towards you, right?
She stepped to the left. I don't know if she stepped towards me.
Well, your testimony was that she immediately lifted the gun to you and
Yes.
pulled the trigger and tried to shoot you right in the face.
Yes.
So the gun didn't go off.
No.
And there she is with the gun there. The guns didn't go off, and you're within feet of her and the gun that didn't go off, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't just grab her, did you?
No, I was in complete shock. And then she started backpedaling immediately and trying to tap and rack that weapon.
Right. So your testimony is that Kelsey goes from a wounded bird shaking uncontrollably to a female movie action hero, doesn't she?
Those aren't my words.
That's your description of what happened, isn't it?
I didn't describe that either. in
So
those words.
she gets the gun. She tries to murder you in the face.
Yes,
5 minutes after she has you feed her baby.
yes,
She pulls the trigger, nothing happens.
yes. It went click.
She stands up, right?
She was already standing.
So as she's standing, she shoots you she tries to shoot you in the face.
Yes. And then she started to backpedal.
So first she backpedals, then she sidesteps, she tap racks again, right?
Yes.
So in all this time, this is like the longest tap rack in history, isn't it?
It's 4 seconds.
So she gets up, she sidestep first or backpedal first?
Backpedals.
So she backpedals first.
And
How
then
many
sidestep.
steps?
I would say maybe 4 or 5, and then maybe another 3, 4, 5 to her left, which is my right.
So she goes into action. She tapping the magazine and then racking the gun while she's moving around.
Yes, she's a well-trained police officer
Who's a whack job.
who tried to kill me.
So let's get the order straight. You said that she backpedals first.
Yes, after she pulled the trigger.
And nothing happens.
Yes,
And then she taps the magazine
yes.
and then racks the slide.
I believe her hand slipped off. That's when she went in, and I was giving her commands, don't do it. And she re-racked and started to bring her right arm up.
And then she does it again, right?
Yes,
And you actually have no idea whether she successfully racked it the first time or successfully racked it the second time, correct?
that's correct.
You don't know what happened.
No, I don't.
And so it takes a few seconds to take 4 or 5 or whatever steps back towards the air conditioner, right?
From beginning to end, once she pulled the gun on me and pulled the trigger, and by the time I shot her, it was right around 4 seconds total, if not 3.5. It was very fast.
So she goes from shaking uncontrollably, sad about her situation, crying, to being pretty nimble.
She wasn't crying.
She walks, she backpedals, you said, right?
That's correct.
Then she sidesteps
Yes,
to the air conditioner. And you had a look of panic on your face at that time, didn't you?
no,
You were flustered, weren't you?
no.
Well, you were in shock 5 minutes later, weren't you?
After the incident and my adrenaline dumped, yeah, I was in shock then.
So at the time, getting back to the incident, Kelsey's by the air conditioner. She's backpedaled, she's sidestepped, she tapped, she racked, she tapped, she racked, and then you shoot her.
Yes.
And you shot 2 shots. Where are we on the rapid succession? Which one do you want to go with? Rapid succession, or you shot, gave commands, and shot again? Which is it?
I was given commands and shooting at the same time.
Well, your prior testimony was that you shot, you pulled the trigger, gave commands, and you pulled the trigger again.
Yes.
So was it that, or was it boom, boom, rapid succession?
It all happened in 4 seconds or less.
So you're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
you're a patrol instructor, where you instruct
What's
other
that, patrol?
officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No,
20 years?
right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet,
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or do you
I
know?
didn't know where it went.
And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry?
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
You didn't know that?
Nope.
Yeah, approach her?
Yes.
Just the photo.
Yes. Do you want some water?
Do you have some? Thank you, sir.
We'll get it for you.
All right, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you for the record, exhibit 49, sir. See that?
Yes, that's the entrance to her bedroom.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of kind of the stuff that was there at the time?
I didn't see any of that at the time because I was facing forward. That's a completely different angle.
Well, that's the area where you say that she lunged to, right?
There, yes, that would have been my left. Yep.
Now, at some point, there was a safe there, wasn't there? A green safe.
I have no idea what was there.
Didn't you speak with Officer Core at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And Officer Core, you said that you ordered him to do something. You remember that?
I did.
You ordered him to take the gun and get it out of there?
Secure it.
And what were you doing at the time you ordered him to do that?
Rendering aid to Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
So you're over by the bed. He would have had to go in that area to get the firearm and secure it, right?
So I placed the firearm. You can't see the right side of the door frame. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of I don't know, nightstand or something. I put the weapon right there.
I'll show you exhibit 75. Is this the,
Oh, it's the white. Yes, that's it.
is that where you put the firearm?
On top of that.
Now, let's
I'm
just
sorry,
go,
that's exhibit what?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So let's talk about who touched the firearm. So Daly picks up the firearm, right?
Yes.
And The firearm was under Kelsey's leg, correct?
I don't know where it was. I was covering down. I know he flipped her over and found the weapon. I don't recall where it was.
Okay. You heard, strike that. So your testimony is that Kelsey's racking the gun, sidestepping, backpedaling, tap rack, and at some point she points the gun at you, right?
Her arm started to come up towards me.
Okay. So it's fair to say that she's back again, like we said earlier. She's starting to do this, right?
No Weaver stance.
Okay. So one hand.
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? What do you call that? Is that
A one-handed.
it's not called the FBI crouch?
I've never heard that term.
Okay. So she starts to point the gun at you. So we agree then that the gun is out in front of her, right?
It was in the upward position. It was coming up towards me. When I fired my second round, I saw her kind of buckle and she lowered her weapon and I stopped shooting and then she went to the ground.
You hit her in the chest. She goes flying back and lands on her back, right?
She didn't go flying back.
She landed on her back, correct?
She went down to the ground. I don't know which way she went. I think she crouched over.
Well, you knew she was on her back, didn't you?
I don't remember. As far as that goes, that's kind of a blur.
So the idea that she's got the gun out in front of her, she falls on her back. If the gun's underneath her, is this some sort of a magic gun?
I don't know where you're getting at.
Doesn't it make sense that if the gun is out here and she receives a force of a 9mm bullet pushing her back this way, how does the gun get all the way behind her and under her leg?
I have no idea. It's the way she fell.
So back to the notion of who touches the gun. Daly picks up the gun, right?
Yes.
Daly puts it on the bed, correct?
Yes.
And you don't like that.
I don't. It's too close to her.
Well, she's sitting there with a gunshot wound to her chest with you there and Daly there. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
So then you touch the gun, right?
I do.
And then you move it to the white bookshelf.
Yes.
And then Core arrives. And
Yes.
then you tell Core to grab the gun and secure it. Right?
I do.
And then Core has it. Does he take it into the hallway?
Maybe. I remember just focusing my attention on Kelsey.
Sure, understandable. So you're focusing on Kelsey and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant Daly was starting to work on her.
Well, is it fair to say that at first you still had your gun on her, but then you helped with the first aid?
Yes. Okay. Afterwards.
So that was your primary focus, was once you felt that she was not a threat to you on your testimony, you started to assist with the first aid, right?
Yes.
And you and Daly are rendering first aid, and then Core comes, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you say, get that out of here, secure the gun.
Yep. Make it safe.
Okay, so it's fair to say that Core does that, but your attention is not on what he's doing. It's on rendering first aid, right?
That's correct.
So you don't have any knowledge or observation of what Core did with the firearm, right?
No.
At some point, are you aware that Core takes the green safe and the firearm out into the hallway?
I didn't see him do any of that.
I'll show you Exhibit 51. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
So Exhibit 51 is the left side of the door frame where you say that Kelsey lunged, right?
That's correct.
Is that how it looked when she lunged over there?
I didn't see that when I was in the hallway.
Do you know anything about that shoebox with the orange lining?
I have no idea.
Do you remember seeing that chest with the brown leather trim on it?
I thought it was an end table when I walked out of the room.
Do you think that the gun came from any of those areas there?
With how quick she grabbed it, I think it came from that box, but I don't know.
Exhibit 36. That's a picture of the stairway, right?
Yes.
It's pretty narrow.
Yes.
And you went up to the top and you were at that landing, right?
That's correct.
You never entered Kelsey's room?
No.
So you said that you were shocked that Kelsey was quickly grabbing a gun and putting it in your face?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you that she'd gotten the drop on you, right?
Yes.
And at that point, you feared for your life, you say, right?
Absolutely.
And you panicked and you shot her.
No.
Well, you missed her from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the Post Commission?
Yes.
And you know that the Post Commission has issued regulations that are in the Code of Massachusetts Regulations?
Oh, yes.
And you know that it's prohibited to use deadly force on a person who is exhibiting a danger only to themselves.
Absolutely.
And you knew that on June 30th, 2025, didn't you?
I've known that since I graduated the police academy in 2006 or even before.
Right. And you went in there thinking that Kelsey was dangerous and had guns and you might get into it, right?
That's inaccurate.
And that's why you had your gloves on, isn't it?
No.
You were ready to get wet.
No.
I'm sorry, ready to get what?
Get wet, Your Honor. And that's when you had to adjust the narrative, isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier.
Yes.
Of her own volition.
Yes.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin was in the house. I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin.
I assume this is in hindsight.
Hindsight, yep.
If I could just have one moment, please, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Did you have a taser?
I did.
Did you think maybe to use the taser when she pulled the trigger and the gun didn't go off?
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you.
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would empty that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she stopped. And that's what I'm trying to do. Stop the threat, not empty a mag.
What were some of the things that she asked you to bring downstairs?
I think there was a basket of books, and I believe some clothes. I think she put him in a car seat.
What did you say to her when she asked you to bring him downstairs?
I said, we'll deal with that later, and I put him down.
What was her reaction?
She just kept packing stuff.
So you said that you were you started your career in the North Andover Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And you left for the Lawrence Police Department in what year?
2011.
And then you were on the SWAT team from 2019 to 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And that you left North Andover to get a faster pace, right? What do you mean by a faster pace?
Busier. Are you talking about when I left North Andover to go to Lawrence, or?
Yes.
A busier atmosphere.
More action.
More calls for service.
More what? I'm sorry.
Calls for service.
Calls for service.
I wanted more experience.
And you were there for how long?
In Lawrence?
Yeah.
From 2011 to 2024.
2024, you go back to North Andover, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to bring your training and experience back to where it all started, right?
Yes.
Meaning you wanted to offer officers at North Andover the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that the stress of a busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic.
Sure. Let's go to second.
So while they at Sidebar, I don't know. He seems very believable to me. Like, I just don't, I don't. I think that, because a lot of people on the internet was like, there was no door. He said that she came from behind a door. There was no door. But from what I just saw, there is a door and a door frame. Or am I mistaken, guys? I don't know. Sometimes they just get stuff so mixed up to paint a narrative that is so not true. And I know this attorney, he's trying to make it something different than what it is, but nobody is. If somebody is pew pewing at them, they have a gun in their hand. Nobody after they see that is going to be trying to do a bear hug. Like, no. Why would you even ask me that? That don't even make sense. Or tase somebody. No, no. And I don't know if she was actually gonna shoot him. Maybe she was going to take him as hostage. Who knows? As far as I'm concerned, maybe she just wanted to stop them from taking the baby. Maybe she just wanted to get downstairs and unalive Justin. Who knows? But how is he supposed to know what she's planning on doing when she pulls out her weapon? I don't know. I feel like certain things is just really like, if she didn't have a weapon out, then that would be something totally different. So regardless of the fact that she was taking the weapon out to unalive herself or unalive him, like, she shouldn't have had her weapon out. I don't know. You guys have to tell me how y'all feel about this information, because it's way different than what I thought, and I guess because they didn't have body cameras. But if body cameras are not supplied to the department, we can't be mad at him for not having on a body cam. Yeah, I don't know what her thing was. Only good morning, afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. She shouldn't have had her gun out. Everybody knows how the police react when they think they see a pew pew. Come on now. Why pull that out in front? Yeah, why pull that out? Why tell them that all of them are locked up in the safe when they're not? I think that regardless if she's pulling out, he doesn't know. Like, come on, they human just like we are. Now it's different when a person is running away from an officer and they're not even a threat to the officer, and the officer running after them, and because the officer is out of shape and everything and can't catch up with them, they have to, they start pew pewing their gun to stop the person. Now that's a little different. Just go to the gym, work it out, then you can catch up with the person. Or if a person doesn't even have a weapon and they pew pewing them, like, no. But if we face to face, you a cop, I'm a cop, you pull out your weapon, I'm not here to guess these games. And what he's trying to say is that she actually clicked it. And no, I'm not expecting him to know blow by blow of every moment, how things happen, because these can be very traumatizing to people to go through. I mean, I know that he had no intentions, or I don't think he had any intentions on really killing her, but to the chest, that's really could have been a fatal shot. But I don't think he doesn't come off to me to be that type of officer from what I've seen. Let me see. Let me read some of y'all comments while I'm just sitting up here doing the dialogue. Did she have any clue this was coming? So I don't know. I don't know what I heard that there was some where she wanted to meet the baby daddy at a park or something, and I guess he kind of told her he ain't had no gas or something. I don't know to what degree, but they were coming to serve her with this restraining order, remove the baby. I'm not sure what her actions were before then. And I don't know if the state is going to bring on witnesses where she may have relayed that she was unstable, like a friend or something, saying, because there has been some alleged things that I've heard in regards to her making statements saying that she wanted to unalive herself and the baby. And I say alleged because she hasn't, testified to it. And I don't think we have anybody that came in and said anything about it. But I think that's why he was so worried, and whatever happened at this Jack and Jill party, I need to find out what happened at the Jack and Jill party. Then I can understand. Because maybe she was, depending on what happened at the Jack and Jill party only, maybe she was go pew pew all 3 cops and get to Justin. and regardless of what we think, Justin thought the same thing, because when Justin heard the gunshots rang out, he thought she was coming for him. That man was running, scrambling, and scraping, trying to get out of that house by any means necessary. He dropped that suitcase, ran out that basement, and just like a scary movie, was tripping over everything. She had no clue that they were coming to take her baby away from her. I don't know. I don't know. We may have to re-listen to some testimony, because I almost feel like I heard the boyfriend say, like, she was trying to meet him at the park. And I think that he was scared to meet her or something. And he was like, he ain't had no gas. But we can go back and listen to it. Justin is her baby daddy and her fiance, Susie. Wow, that must have been a huge shock. And the egg showed up. I don't know how I would have reacted to that. Yeah, I think that they were, it's kind of almost antagonizing her. Like, there is no reason for them to have him come pick up the baby right there. And that's what they said they were doing. They could have had the baby brought to the station or something like that in order to in order to do the exchange, or down the street. And then he all in the house removing stuff from the house. Yeah, that would burn me up. Me personally. If I wasn't hot and on fire, then I would be hot on fire then. He said the slippery baby daddy, Susie. You have to fight me for my baby, especially over some BS like just saying. Yeah, but see, that's the problem here. He was there. Oh no. Yeah, so that's the problem here. Like, were they lies? I don't know.
Discuss in open court what was raised at sidebar, which we will do outside of Officer Nunan's presence. So we're going to take a break so that Officer Nunan can stand down. In the meantime, I want to direct this to the folks, the audience members. In case you weren't here yesterday, you should know there should be no recording, audio, video, photographs by anyone at all other than our couple of media representatives that have expressed permission, okay? If you are caught doing so, you will be removed from this courtroom and the courthouse and told not to come back, okay? Do we understand each other? Thank you. We'll take a break.
All rise.
Okay, so they got to talk about some stuff outside of the presence of the jury. Or not the jury. Outside of the presence of the officer. So let's see here. Yeah, so what do y'all know? Like, I mean, because a lot of things that I'm seeing that was portrayed in the media or in people's opinions, it don't really sound like all of it's to be true. I think he lied, because if she was going to unalive herself and he shot her, he'd be liable. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. He looks very credible to me. Absolutely real happy. Laugh out loud. You can scream not guilty for Alicia Andrews, the gangbanger, but Kelsey is a murdering psychopath. No, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying she a murdering psychopath at all. What I'm saying is that she shouldn't have brought her gun out, is what I'm saying. Is she shouldn't have brought her gun out. And I don't know how another officer is supposed to react to that, especially if he's seeing that, because if she doesn't bring a gun out, we don't have this, right? That's what I'm saying in regards to that portion. And let's see here. They wouldn't have allowed that for any other random person, in my opinion. Yeah, she wouldn't have been able, if she wasn't an officer, they wouldn't allow her to be up there doing them clothes and stuff like that. And also for him to even be coming there and get the baby. Like, it sounds like this, and the sister, she didn't have time to call her mama. Like, it's way too many things going on in this household, and they trying to do just a restraining order, packing books, and what are we doing here? You get 3-4 diapers, 2 changes of clothes, and y'all out. And far as I'm concerned, Justin, you go buy the stuff. You go buy it, baby daddy. Like, you ain't taking nothing from here. I'm not packing nothing. The most he would have got from me is a car seat and whatever the baby was wearing. Like, no, I'm not doing all that stuff. That was almost like they was antagonizing her and making her feel some type of way. Like, it's already low down on what's happening, right? When she feel her baby is being removed for a situation that's totally lies, and then you bring this MFer up in the household. Like, I can imagine she was burning up in regards to it. So I don't know what her, and if she already having mental issues, I don't know what her mental, I don't know. I have no clue. What's a Jack and Jill party? I looked it up yesterday. Drunky, it is a bachelorette and bachelor party where they have it jointly together. Now, do they have strippers and a decent stuff? I have no clue. Never been to one like that. So I don't know. But something happened at this Jack and Jill party that was totally wrong, or somebody didn't agree with it, because that caused all types of problems. In Canada, the baby can only be taken by CPS with LE attending. Right. So I don't know what they doing over there in Massachusetts. I don't know if it's because they say his family is pretty well known. I don't know. I don't know how they pulled that one off. I don't know what's in the affidavit. It almost sounds like their custody hearing is going to be more juicier than the case itself that we listening to, because they seem like they got a lot of stuff, and Justin doesn't seem like he is. He doesn't. It doesn't seem like he plays fair, and he almost like commit fraud. Like, there's a lot of things that's going on with him that I'm hearing. I got to say allegedly, because as I've been seeing, and as we've been reviewing this case, a lot of people are putting out a lot of stuff that's not coming into this courtroom. That is not true at all. I know. I want to know what happened at this Jack and Jill party. A compiled Sir, use your mic. And she was a police officer, so she knew better. Like, I get it, but still, yeah. I mean, I get it. I was referring to him coming there for the baby. Not cool. Absolutely not cool. And I don't know why the officers thought that would be cool. That sounded like the stupidest shit ever. And that's from that first officer. What was his name yesterday? Let me see. I got it on my thing. Sean Daly. That was stupid. I mean, that was stupid. That's like bringing, like, why would you bring this fire? I mean, I know she was steaming. I would have been hot. I don't know why they broke up or what happened, but I would have been hot. Like, how dare them even and not even just him. Then they let his sister come up in the house. Then is she walking out with the baby? Like, how dare you? So I get why she was mad. Whether she had issues or not, that ain't the way you do that. Y'all supposed to have, like, why couldn't they just take the baby to the station and tell him to be at the station? Gonna have him come to the house that he did not live, because remember, he has moved out, and bring him back there to get the baby. That's like stabbing somebody all over again. Mm-mm. Can a bench trial end in a mistrial because the judge cannot decide? I don't know, Susie. That's a good question. That's what I said yesterday. I would never have packed that one diaper to take my baby. Go over there. I know, right? I wouldn't have packed nothing. I wouldn't have packed nothing. You go on, baby daddy. You go and you go get it. You go for it, baby. Like, nah, I ain't packing nothing. He might not even got the car seat. Like, y'all need to go to the store. And a sister. I mean, it was just like way too much going on. I don't know why she was even allowed to call her mom, y'all. I'm telling you, if it was any other type of person, they probably would have had you in handcuffs sitting on the side of the bed, and they just would have packed up what they wanted for the baby, look around the house and did a search warrant for all the weapons, and they would have just unhandcuffed you once they got done. Like, I guess because she was an officer, they kind of were more lenient on her. I just don't see this happening like this where I'm able to call my mama. My mama has time to come over there. They calling the baby daddy. He got time to come over there. Like, it was way too much going on. Like, they was doing too much. OnlyFans said, I don't think so, Susie, but that's a good question. I'm assuming in regards to the mistrial thing. I don't know. On jury. I agree. Shock would have set in for sure. Absolutely. Let's see here. He want to be playing baby daddy. Go. Yeah, I know that's right. Go buy daddy stuff. He ain't no father of the year for sure. Absolutely. Pretty please, everybody. Remember the like button. Like pouring gasoline on fire. That's what I was looking for. Real happy. I'm talking about fire on fire. That's what it was. Like, just that right there. Gasoline on fire. Like, dang. Yeah, so I just really hey Rosie, I really feel like they kind of it didn't have to go this way at all. Like, she probably wasn't even thinking all those things, like, because she could have went. I mean, even though you don't want to be without your baby or whatever the case may be, but I would have been just down there at the courthouse as soon as they left, right? I mean, like, immediately, like, we wouldn't be doing no 14 days, nothing. That's what I could tell you. Like, I may not like what they doing right then, but we ain't doing 14 days worth of nothing, because they was like the next court hearing was in 14 days. But oh, no. I would have been looking for me an attorney that day, and I would have been going right down there. Like, and I don't know how they do this just from a one-sided conversation. So in Massachusetts, I guess if you go down there and say somebody doing wrong or doing something to a child, they provide custody to that person just off of their word. Like, really? Like, they don't do no investigation, they don't do no nothing. Then they tell 14 days, and you talking about actually taking a child away from a mom? That is bananas. I can't even understand how they even got to this point where he was able to get the baby. Did we even do a blood test? Do we even know he the baby daddy? Like, unless you married, like, or maybe he signed a birth certificate. Because the only way that it's like assumed to be the baby daddy is if y'all married, and then unless they sign the birth certificate. So I'm assuming he signed the birth certificate so that making the baby daddy. But that don't mean he had custody. That don't mean he can get custody. But I don't know how they did that. I don't know. Massachusetts got some different things going on. Yeah, I don't know how they took his word for anything. Like, they ain't even meet with her. They ain't call her. They ain't have DCFS come investigate. Nobody. They just, oh, restraining order and a restraining order against the baby. I don't know how they wrote that up, but I tell you, the custody hearing and what's going on in the custody, it sounds like it's more juicier than the case. I wonder if we could get like a copy of what he wrote up in order to get this restraining order put in place. That would be nice to hear. Yeah, because I would like to see what he put in there. Because if he's saying, I know he was saying that he thought that his baby was in danger. So I guess he getting a restraining order from her. But if they thought that she was so dangerous in that aspect, in that world, like, why are they not getting her some mental health or something like that, or putting her in custody if she's so dangerous? I don't know. It's stupid. Yes, it sounds stupid to me. Yeah, and they said that afterwards he went back in the house. He didn't took her computer. He didn't change himself to be the beneficiary on her retirement and life insurance policy or something like that. Like, he doing the most. And it's like, why is he doing that stuff? Like, he didn't think nobody was gonna be able to find that out. Some people just stupid. Well, in all fairness, he said he didn't call her a whack job. He said he didn't call her a whack job. He did not tell his neighbor that she was a whack job. You don't even know what y'all talking about. He said, I ain't call her no whack job, but I think she is a whack job, sir. That's what he should have said. I didn't call her a whack job, but if you want to ask me, yeah, she is a whack job. She tried to pew me. But he didn't say that. He said he didn't say that. No, I think he said he didn't. He didn't say it. I don't think he said he didn't recall. I think he said, like, with his chest. I think he had his chest poked out. Let's see. Wait a minute. Because they still on their little break. Wait a minute.
You're a very well-trained SWAT officer, yes?
Yes.
You're a firearms instructor.
No.
You're a patrol instructor, where you instruct other officers on the job, right?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
Yes.
Thank you. And you've been doing this for 25 years?
No.
20 years?
Right around there, yes.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 20 years. And one of your thought processes was that you wanted to give your training and experience back to the North Andover PD where you started, right?
Yes, and come back where I started.
And here, your first shot, you missed her from about 7 feet away.
I did. It was longer than 7 feet. It was at that point about 15 feet.
15 feet.
I would say.
Do you have any measurements on this?
No, but if you remove the bed and you were to walk diagonal from where I shot, it was probably around 15.
So the first shot you missed her and you hit the air conditioner. Is that right? Or
I didn't know where it went.
And the fact is that we have only one spent projectile in this case, right?
I'm sorry?
We only have one spent projectile in this case, correct?
I don't know what state police collected.
You weren't curious as to any of the paperwork or anything that happened in the case?
I believe they told me that there was one on the bed and one on the floor, I think, but I don't know where that one projectile comes from.
Did you know that there was one in the curtain next to the air conditioner?
No.
Have you looked at any photos from this at all?
Some, yes.
Did you know that?
Nope.
Yeah, first one?
Yes.
Just a photo.
Yes. So if you were to walk into that bedroom and look right, there's some sort of.
One hand?
It was.
Is that the FBI crouch? Sitting on Kelsey, and you're giving her first aid.
Yes. Well, Lieutenant.
That's with the brown leather trim on it. They're from just a few feet away.
It's hard to shoot a moving target or anything moving.
Are you aware of the post commission
Yes.
narrative? Isn't that true?
No.
So you're going to maintain that you got into a gunfight with somebody who was your colleague, right?
Yes.
Who had just given you her baby to feed 5 minutes earlier
Yes.
of her own volition.
Yes.
She developed some sort of a homicidal animus towards you for what Justin Elaine just did to her, right?
I don't think it was unbeknownst to me. I didn't know Justin.
Off.
No. You meet deadly force with deadly force.
She's 3 feet away from you.
Yes.
Could have just grabbed her, couldn't you?
No.
And if there was deadly force, you wouldn't have stopped at 2 shots, would you? You would
I
empty that magazine right into her.
I stopped when she.
Faster pace, right? And you were there for how long? Officers at North Andover, the benefit of your training and experience, correct?
Correct.
You said that you only have 10 years left, getting older, a slower pace is what's needed, right?
Yes.
So is it
You
fair
said
to
the
say that the
beginning?
stress of a
Let me
busy urban department was getting to you?
No.
Well, you did tell Kelsey that you had PTSD, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
So slower pace, and you just wanted to grace the department with your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I told counsel that I would ask for a sidebar before the next topic. Sure.
You said towards the beginning.
Have expressed permission.
I may have to I'm gonna see if I can find it. Yeah,
Showed up.
because he said he
They were
don't
leaving,
recall. Then
and
that's a
the
problem.
chief had me walk with him to his car, and he took my firearm and he gave me his.
May I inquire?
Yes, please.
Belief was.
And you were with Kelsey order, and that you had to serve it, get her firearm.
It's possible.
So that's what you really think about Kelsey.
Oh, wait a minute.
State police, that the job was to section her, didn't you?
It was spoken about that if she reacts badly during the restraining order, she may have to get sectioned.
Well, that's what you said, that you had pre-planned that you were going to section her.
It wasn't
The job was to
pre-planned.
section her, isn't that what you said?
No, that's inaccurate.
So-
Hold on one second. Let me just go through some ground rules. You need to wait until the question is complete.
Those are all things that were in your mindset, weren't they?
No.
Well, you said them, right?
No, that's inaccurate.
Sectioning her,
It was brought up by my lieutenant that she may have to be sectioned
and you told the state police that part of the job was to section her.
if she were to be sectioned.
You didn't say that part to the state police, did you?
I don't recall.
Okay, we'll go over all this, don't worry.
Okay.
And so, with respect to the car, you testified.
And also her behavior in the past, where her car was always parked in the driveway, was
So you didn't know her very well.
I knew where she lived, and I patrol the town, so I have to drive by her house.
So she parks in the school next to her house.
Yes.
What do you think she's going to do?
I don't know. I don't know what her mindset was.
So you're speculating about any suspicion that's attached to that parking job, right?
I was just suspicious about that.
So she's in the house. You know she's in the house.
No, I don't.
You go to the house. You knock on the door. Daly knocks on the door. She comes out like a regular mom, holding the baby, wearing sweats, hair's probably in a ponytail, opens the door.
Yes.
Right? So at that point, do you let go of your suspicions about where she parked the car?
I was still curious as to why she parked her car over 150 yards away.
Well, you're looking at it through your own lens as an investigator. Isn't it possible that there's 100 other possibilities in her life that maybe she parked there for some other reason?
Could be. I don't know. Again, I don't know what her mindset was.
So you go in there, and you are the only officer who has tactical gloves on when you go in there, correct?
They're neoprene gloves. Yes.
So you're ready for anything, right?
It's past practice with me after working in Lawrence for so long. I tend to glove up for sanitary reasons. I knew we were going to have to handle her firearms, so I didn't want to.
Took them off. So that plan about not getting your prints on the firearms didn't.
Yes.
Right. You didn't ask for it. Daly didn't order her to give it to you. The baby off to someone else, right?
That's
a fair
correct.
statement?
Can you rephrase that?
What's wrong with the word tactical?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So what? Off, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you didn't say anything about wanting to keep your hands free for tactical reasons, right?
Fourth right of you.
Just a moment.
Yep, take your time.
I don't know. I'm gonna find it because I want to know. So Junkie says Justin was with her friends and then sends her co-workers to her house to steal her baby. She felt OBVI, felt so ganged up on and betrayed. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Okay, real happy. Let me see. I'm gonna see if we live back in court. I'm gonna see if I can find that part, Roseanne. Because if that's what he said, like, okay, well, wait a minute now. You can't be running around here calling people wag jobs. I mean, even if they are a wag job, you probably want to wait. You probably want to keep that to yourself. Especially don't be telling the neighbor. If anybody can find that part where either he said he don't recall or what does he say to that part when he's asked about it? Because I don't I thought he said no, and I thought he said it with his chest too, like absolutely not. But if he didn't say absolutely not and he said I don't recall, that's a no can do. No, you need to be able to recall that. It's either a yes or no, dude. You shouldn't be saying it at all. So you don't recall. I don't like that answer at all. Yeah, so we have to see. Yeah, I want to find the footage of it only if he said he didn't recall. I know that the attorney asked him if he said that to a neighbor. I just don't recall him saying I don't recall. I thought he said absolutely not. But I can be wrong. I know I try to listen to the testimony a couple times in order for me to make sure that I'm getting things correctly when we are watching stuff. And sometimes I just have to replay the testimony to kind of like understand it, depending on what rapid succession it came in. No, I didn't see it. You found it. What minute marker is it at? Or what minute is it in the video? So I can play it. That's the one good thing about camera footage. We can always go back and see it. Because I'm like, when everybody on the internet talk about he knew Kelsey and they were BFFs and partners and all this stuff, I'm like, his testimony says the direct opposite. I don't know what you people are talking about. Oh, he said absolutely about him not having PTSD. Okay, is that where I'm getting it from? He was like, I don't know her from a can of paint. All she do, I mean, she was on maternity leave, but everybody want to act like he knew her. And I'm like, okay, well, his testimony is saying something totally different than that. Okay, so it's absolutely not about the PTSD. No, I absolutely didn't tell her that. And I heard that rumor out there too. I heard that they said that he was suffering from that from a prior call that him and Kelsey went on where the mom was attempting suicide. So, I mean, they just be floating narratives out here on the internet in all shape, way, forms, and fashion.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay.
Hear ye, hear ye. Everybody sit down.
All right, just for the record, Officer Nunan is not in the courtroom, correct? Okay, and Mr. Brado, do you have additional counsel sitting with you?
Yes, thank you. I want to introduce Ryan Leonard and Julie Hess. They're attorneys that are working with us in the probate court. And I wanted to ask if it'd be all right if they were up here, because they've been assisting us with various factual matters. Would that be all right with the court if they sit here?
Commonwealth, you take a position?
No, but if they file appearances in this case.
Yeah, I think you'll have to file these limited appearances for the day, that's fine. And let me just, let me get your names. I'm sorry, your names again?
Julie Hess, Hess.
And you?
Ryan Leonard, Leonard.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let me just discuss what we were, or just raise what we were discussing at Sidebar. So Mr. Brado came to Sidebar, asked for permission to explore 3 areas on his cross of Officer Nunan. The Commonwealth reminded me that this topic or topics are addressed in a motion in limine that the Commonwealth filed prior to trial that I deferred ruling on, which is paper 62, Commonwealth's motion in limine to prohibit questioning regarding current duty status. Mr. Brado, let me just start by paraphrasing what I think the 3 areas are.
Yes, sir.
And then you can tell me. You wish to explore 3 areas on cross with Officer Nunan on the grounds that the areas could show or do show that he was offered promises, inducements, or rewards for his testimony, right? That's the theory. The first being, generally speaking, that he was not drug tested after the shooting. Is that what you're saying?
That's
Okay.
right, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
It was a town policy. It's a town policy that after there's a serious incident, that the town would drug test the officers involved.
Okay, so number 2, and I may not have these in the order that you raised them. Number 2 was that essentially you allege Officer Nunan missed a shift sometime after the shooting. Perhaps it was, let's say, medication related, generally speaking. And number 3, that Mr. Nunan, Officer Nunan allegedly was placed on administrative leave, but allowed to work details, and that you believe that to be in violation of some policy or CBA.
Yes,
or
Your Honor. You're either a policeman who can work or you're a policeman who can't work, and you can't be performing details in uniform as a policeman all around on critical incident leave because you can't work.
All right. So generally speaking, we did address some of this pre-trial in the sense that there was a Rule 17 motions, right, by the defense to get Officer Nunan's IAD files from Lawrence and North Andover PDs, which I believe Officer Nunan agreed, which is really unprecedented in my view, agreed to provide a waiver for him to get those. So, Mr. Brado, so did you get the files that you were seeking, the IAD files?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just go through each point. The first point about the alleged, well, let me say this, is I stand by what I said. The Commonwealth argues that these areas or these questions, strike that, that there's no view of the evidence that could show that any of these 3 things would be promises, inducements, or rewards under our rules, because whatever the North Andover Police Department did, they did as a product of their own administrative duties, and has nothing to do with the prosecution team. And there were no promises made in exchange for his testimony. So I'm sure that Ms. Moriarty could articulate that much better than I did. But let me try to cut to the chase. I agree with the Commonwealth, as I said before at the Rule 17 hearing. But I think arguably, and I want to hear you folks, that they could be asked, again, I need to drill down more, but they could be asked to show some kind of bias in the sense that North Andover police, let's say, allegedly, and Officer Nunan are trying to curry favor with one another in lieu of their testimony, in lieu of his testimony here. Okay, let's just say arguably for a moment. But let's just go back now, Mr. Brado, what's your basis for saying that, for alleging that he wasn't drug tested and that there's some policy, or does the Commonwealth concede?
The Commonwealth concedes he wasn't drug tested, but that the Commonwealth's position is that that's not a policy, that there's no violation of any policy because the collective bargaining unit policy trumps the general personnel policy of the city. And so in that way, there's no potential promise rewards. Can I put something else?
Yeah, please.
Right in my paper as I'm
Sure.
reading it. I think, again, this goes to promises, rewards, inducements. Officer Nunan provided grand jury testimony and a recorded interview to the Commonwealth days and then in August. And all of these incidents happened well subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there's no claim that Officer Nunan has substantially changed his testimony from what he stated in grand jury or what he told the police on July 3rd. So again, there's no plausible showing of consideration in exchange for his testimony that has been remarkably consistent since July 3rd.
Okay. What do you say to
Is
that?
remarkably consistent?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't think that's really the issue right here.
No, it is, because the Commonwealth raises a good point. So even on
Take a
even
crack
on
at
well,
the
even
other
on,
side of it.
no, even on my theory, and just give me a moment. Even on my theory that arguably, let's say that each side, again, not the Essex DA's office or the prosecution team under Rule 14, but let's say the police department and Officer Nunan are trying to curry favor with one another. Ms. Moriarty does make a valid point that there still needs to be some showing that he's changed his story.
Sure. I know that's a familiar topic that we all use in this area. Oh, they didn't change their testimony. That's not this, and here's why. This is a reward. It's after the fact. They're giving him rewards for his cooperation to keep him happy, so he does well, so he's economically enriched, so he's treated nicely, and it's a reward. That's why that doesn't apply here, Judge. He is being rewarded for his continued cooperation. It's not the typical one that we often deal with.
No, but let me just push back on that. So he's cooperative, but does his testimony? But he gave I think this is what I heard, is he gave a recorded statement to the state police a few days after the shooting, right? So he's being rewarded for cooperation. What, for doing his legal duty? That is, show up when he's summoned to testify in open court?
I think the fact that there's a legal duty attached to someone testifying doesn't eliminate the fact that you can be rewarded for what you're doing. You can get special treatment outside the rules. And I think that goes to the heart of cross-examination, where if someone has a rule made up just for them, that they can be a cop on a detail, but they don't have to be on the schedule because they're out on leave because they can't perform their job. That's a remarkable, unprecedented, in my research and investigation, an unprecedented accommodation.
Well, is it unprecedented, or is it a legally binding part of the CBA?
No, it's in violation of that.
Okay, so I don't, go ahead, Ms. Moriarty.
Judge, I'm frankly less concerned about this issue where you're the fact finder. I think it's the right thing to do is to keep this as any other we would treat any other witness, where it doesn't matter what employment decisions North Andover Police and Officer Nunan have, that's the employment decisions, just like IA files, are not part of the prosecution team, are not part of the 14. North Andover couldn't promise Officer Nunan something without the approval of the district attorney's office. So I think that, again, that interplay, if there is any interplay there, has nothing to do with Officer Nunan's testimony here today.
Okay, but Mr. Bradel says that this absence of drug testing was in contravention of the CBA.
I don't think he hasn't brought forward the CBA. He has no good faith basis to ask these questions.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Bradel, let's move on to the second point. Your second point is that Mr. Nunan, Officer Nunan, allegedly missed the shift related to some medication. Let's leave. I don't need to know more. I mean, I know more because you've articulated at Sidebar, but we don't need to rehash that.
Okay.
And you're saying, I think somewhere in your paperwork, that as a result of that missing the shift, I think you referred to it as AWOL, he received a written reprimand as opposed to some more significant action, adverse action. Correct? Is that generally what your theory is?
Generally, yes, Your Honor, with a little more elaboration if I could.
Please.
So we've had a number of whistleblowers from the department approach us with information. And as a result of that, I will proffer to the court that I have a good faith basis to assert that.
Hold on a second. To assert generally what
your
sources, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make sure that no witness's reputation is attacked and destroyed for on an illegal issue that I end up denying. All right. So I'm not saying that that's the case here, but let's just say, okay, let's skip you have a good faith basis to ask this. Okay. You say you have a whistleblower, et cetera. So you're saying that this again shows what? That he's receiving favorable treatment?
Rewards for his continued cooperation. That's correct. That doesn't have anything to do with changing his testimony or not changing his testimony. That he's being lavished with rewards. He is, that this, and I won't say anything relative to any of his conduct, but that this reprimand letter was not going to be issued. And that at some point it was sort of after the fact thing that it was in fact issued for appearance's sake. And that originally there was going to be no sanction whatsoever and no exploration into and I won't say it, but the reasons why he missed a shift.
Okay, so let's say there that the proposed question is, Officer Nunan, isn't it true that on such and such a date, you overslept because of some medication, you missed a shift, you were deemed AWOL, and you only received a public a written reprimand when policy called for you to be subject to the death penalty. And so that's the question.
Right.
And he says, yes, no, okay, then what? Let's say he says, no, that's not true.
Well, we have the letter, at a minimum,
Okay.
we have that.
All right. So, all right. And then the last item is that he was put on administrative leave and allowed to work details in violation of policy.
Right.
And you're saying that that's an ongoing?
That's my information, Judge, is that he was working details and
What's the source of your information?
another whistleblower, Your Honor. And, they come to me in good faith and,
Have you vetted these whistleblowers?
Yes.
Okay. Listen, frankly, if this was a jury trial, and I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my mouth again, because I said yesterday, we're going to treat this just like a jury trial. If this was a jury trial, this would be an easy decision. The decision would be not even close on your proffer, denied. The objection would be sustained. I'm going to allow one question each as to each of these areas. Mr. Brado, you'll accept whatever the testimony is under oath to that answer to that question. I'll just remind you, because I'm reminding you, I'm really saying this for our audience, not you personally, but I'll just remind counsel that questions of witnesses are not evidence. The evidence is their answers. So that's what will be used or could possibly be used in your closing argument. I'm going to allow one question each as to these areas, and you'll have to live with the answer that is provided under oath. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you need to speak with Officer Nunan about this before he returns Commonwealth? Okay. All right. So he may resume the stand, Officer Nunan. Thank you, Officer Nunan. Mr. Brado, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask you some questions about some of the treatment you've gotten by the North Andover Police Department since this incident.
Sure.
Okay. Now, after this incident, immediately after this incident, you were not drug tested by the town or the police department, correct?
No.
And you're aware that's a policy of the town?
That I don't know.
You don't know the town policy?
As far as the drug testing, no.
Now, you also are on critical incident leave right now, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And that means that you're not able to perform the duties of a police officer for the time being, so you get put on leave, right?
Yes.
And yet at the same time, you're being permitted to work as a police officer on paid details. Isn't that true?
Yes, that was our union.
So it's just it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
And that is an accommodation that was made via a side, may I inquire, Your Honor, or?
We've already gone past one question.
Yeah, sustained. Next question.
That is something that is not ordinarily permitted, is it?
Sustained, no. You've gotten your answer. Okay, Mr. Brado, next question.
All right. Now, you also were absent without leave from a shift recently, correct?
Back in January. Yep.
And with respect to that, there was a reprimand letter issued to you, correct?
That's correct.
And at first, that wasn't going to issue, was it?
Let me just hear the question. What I was really expecting was one long leading question each, but that's all right. You're breaking it up. Let me just hear the question. Officer Nunan, please don't answer it until I hear it. Go ahead.
The question, Judge, is that reprimand letter that appeared in your file was originally not going to issue against you, was it?
All right. That's the question?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to live with the answer?
Yes.
All right. Yes or no?
I have no idea. I was just called in one day to sign it.
Okay.
So I have no idea if it was or it was not.
All right. So
Okay, that's all I have then, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
In that area, you're not done with Cross? Right, I'm assuming that you're.
In that area, right,
All
in
thank you.
terms of rewards, Judge, yes, that's all I
Thank you.
have. Now, I want to circle back on a couple of things. You gave a recorded statement to the state police on July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And we talked back and forth about your belief or your expressed intent to section her, and you said that wasn't the case, right?
Can you ask that again?
Yeah, you said that there was discussion about sectioning her, but that wasn't your thought process, or you didn't know about her or whatever, right?
When we discussed it, behind the school, it was brought up that she may not take this well. She may have to get sectioned. She was sectioned prior. So
here you're saying that it was a speculative possibility. Is that fair to say?
it could have been a possibility depending on how she took the restraining order, respectfully.
Judge, if I may, I'd like to play a recording from the state police interview from July 3rd.
For impeachment purposes?
Yes.
All right, any objection? Okay, sure. We should probably, we need to mark it for ID at least, unless you're seeking to admit it, but let's take it a step.
I'm just I'd be playing a prior inconsistent statement, Judge, for.
Okay, so we're gonna have to mark it for ID. I don't know, do you have a mechanism to be able to do that? Is it on a thumb drive or something that can be marked? If you're not able to do so today, tomorrow morning, just please bring in the recording that's being played and we'll mark it.
Certainly.
Okay, all right.
Fiance had just taken out a restraining order, and we were there to serve it, confiscate her firearms, and then we were going to section her.
So that's what you said on July 3rd, that we were going to section her, right?
Yes.
So at the time, you had it in your head that she was someone who needed to be sectioned, right?
If that's what I said in the statement, then yes.
In other words, somebody who was mentally ill and a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
And that never panned out, right?
No, it didn't,
Because she was shot in the chest and went to the hospital for 53 days, right?
because she tried to kill me.
Now, I asked you earlier about whether or not you talked to Ms. Fitzsimmons about PTSD type symptoms. You recall that?
No, I don't.
You recall me asking?
Oh, you
her
asked me,
today?
yes.
And isn't it true that you went on a call with her in August of 2024? That was a extremely difficult call involving a murder-suicide where the murder was of a baby.
Yes, it was horrific.
And you and Kelsey went to that call, right?
With other officers, yes.
And you had shared some texting after that, right?
Yes, I was being a senior officer trying to help out a rookie go through a traumatic event.
And your phone number, I don't want to give out the phone number, but it's fair to say that you had Kelsey had your phone number.
Yes, I think we were all in a group text.
And it's a 978. I'll just leave it there.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in that text, you said to Kelsey, relating to your past career, I spiraled down a rabbit hole, a very dark place. This happened years later in my career. We can speak in person about that. I have a guy I've been going to for years, like 10. And when I feel like I'm off, I call him, and all I have to say is, I need a tune-up, and he does me in. Right?
I don't recall that, but if that came from my number, then I had that conversation with her. I don't remember that at all.
All right. May I approach her?
Yeah,
I apologize, I have to do this on my cell phone. This just came up this morning. I can show that.
Okay.
May I approach Ron?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you some of these two screenshots, first of all. That's a contact, and that's your phone number and it says Nunan, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this is the text I want to show you.
Which one? This one right
Okay,
here.
yeah. And you can scroll up and down if you want, but this is, the black part is you, and the blue part is Kelsey, right? You can get some context.
Wait, I'm in blue?
Kelsey's in
Oh,
blue.
Kelsey's
and
in
you'd
blue.
be in black, yeah.
So can I just make an observation? So you asked the witness about this particular text, about essentially that perhaps he had therapy and needed a tune-up, et cetera.
Yes.
He said, his answer was, he basically is not contesting the
Yes.
authenticity of that. So what are we doing?
Well, it's tricky, Judge, from where I sit, it's tricky that when a witness says, well, if that's what it says, so I feel like I need to establish that's what it says, that's all.
Okay.
And so,
Fair enough.
and I think I can leave it there. Officer, is that what it says? What I suggested?
It does.
And so we agree that you communicated that to Kelsey?
Yes.
And we can agree that that's pretty personal stuff to share with somebody that you say that you didn't know very well, isn't it?
Again, senior officer, she's going through a lot. I was just trying to be there for her. And that was one horrific call.
And we agree that that's something that can create very profound bonding between officers when you have a common tragedy that you have to deal with.
Yes, but you move on. You go back to work.
I want to go back to the bedroom where Kelsey's on the floor and you stop holding the gun on her. You assist Lieutenant Daly with first aid.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked by the ADA, what did she say when she was on the floor? Recall that?
I don't remember that.
Yes or no, just the context of being asked that.
Maybe. Yeah.
And see if this refreshes your memory. You said that she said, it hurts. She said, it hurts. I, meaning you, said, keep breathing. You have a baby to live for.
Yes.
Right? And that was your testimony about what she said and what you said, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth?
Yes.
And that was the whole truth?
Yes.
Now, when you were interviewed by Attorney Bennett of the CIC investigation,
Yes.
you painted quite a different picture, didn't you?
No.
You had something to add that made you look good, didn't you?
No.
You said to Attorney Bennett, if I could have one moment, Judge, I just want to get this exactly right. Just need a moment. All right.
No problem. Take your time.
page 11, counsel? The 80-something page report, 90-page report? With respect to the CIC report, you did say the part that she was saying it hurt. I told her to just keep breathing. Do you recall that?
Sure.
You have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid. Does that ring a bell?
I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, you have a son, you know you want to be here for your kid.
Okay.
You said that to Mr. Bennett?
If it's there, yes.
Then you added something quite memorable that you didn't say here in court. Isn't that correct?
You tell me what's in it. I don't know.
You said that she reached up, she grabbed my hand, I held her hand, consoled her, and then I asked her, why? And she stopped talking and just literally just looked right through me, death stare.
If
That's
it's there,
what you
then
said.
yes. If it's there, that's what I said.
And you didn't say that here in court today, did you?
I didn't remember. I totally forgot about that.
You forgot about something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, no more, you're done?
Yes.
Okay, redirect.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Is that a better picture of that
Yes.
area that you put the gun,
Yes.
that officer court took?
Yes.
You also stated just during cross-examination that you knew Ms. Fitzsimmons had been sectioned before, correct?
That's correct.
And did you know that before the call?
I did.
Okay. And did that factor into how you were assessing the situation in the house?
Yes.
Did that factor into the team, you, Houston, and Daly, about the fact that you were never going to take your eyes off her?
That's correct.
Counsel had asked you about the first time you making a statement about what happened was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell anybody what happened before that?
Before
I didn't
July?
hear that.
Oh, sure, I'll say it again. Counsel had asked you whether you had, the first time you made a statement about what happened in the room was July 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Officer Core what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Lieutenant Daly what happened?
I did.
Did you tell Officer Houston what happened?
I did.
What did you say?
I said she tried to shoot me.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Objection, Judge, that's hearsay, and I have a motion to strike.
Okay, it's overruled. Do you have recross?
No, Your Honor.
I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not, Mr. Braille, I'm not, I did not allow that last statement in for the truth, just for state of mind.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And to rehabilitate as well. All right, no further questions for Officer Nunan from either side? I take the silence as a no. Thank you very much. You may step down, and Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Judge, I'm sorry, can we approach sidebar before the witness departs?
Before the witness departs, oh, you are almost out of here. You didn't move quick. You didn't move fast enough. All right, yeah, we can go to sidebar.
the more and more we listen to this case, the more and more questions I have. What are they talking about? Did he just testify to that she had previously been sectioned? And because she was previously sectioned, that's why they were not taking their eyes off of her. I need to understand this. Like, okay, so that's different. Did y'all know this before? Anybody in the chat? You can put a one in the chat. Did you know about her being sectioned before? And I don't even know what section is. I don't know what they talking about. What the hell is sectioning? It sounds like putting you in a section of the room with some bars. I don't know what they're talking about. I keep faking it. So she. Yeah, I want to know about this. So what is sectioning? Let me pause right here so I can stop faking it. Okay. Okay, so what is sectioning in police terms? Because I don't know what the hell that. Let me see, sectioning. How police section someone. Okay, let's see. Police section someone typically in the UK. What the hell? Under a mental health act. Often, okay, so this is when somebody is having a mental health episode. When they believe a person in a public place has a mental disorder and needs immediate care, officers can detain the person for up to 24 hours, extendable to 36 hours, and take them into a place of safety, such as a hospital. So, are they saying that she was previously in the hospital and sectioned? Okay, so she was in the hospital already. Okay, so they knew this going in. Okay, so we have that. So they knew she could have been mentally unstable. Okay, so that's where we can get the link between they knew going in that she had a mental health issue. So that's why they wanted to keep their eyes on her. So that can bring in more of the thought process that no, she wasn't really pointing a gun at him. She was pointing a gun at herself. And it sounded like they should have just went in there and sectioned her. Like they shouldn't even did nothing else. They should have just sectioned her. Right? And that's what it sounded like to me. It sounded like they should have just sectioned her from the beginning. Okay. Okay, so you mentioned yeah, I was looking it up on the other screen. It's just reason why not secure the guns first. I think they were trying to secure the guns, Roseanne. They asked her where the guns were at. She told them the guns are downstairs in the basement in the safe, but she was not completely truthful because she had a weapon upstairs. The defense team argues that on the day of the shooting, she's suffering from severe postpartum depression and was experiencing a suicidal crisis. Now that I can get. Therapists, they want to know, is that the same as a 5150? Oh, we got numbers out here. Yes. If this lady was mentally unstable, secure the guns first. Yeah, I think that's what they were trying to do, and that's why they came in there to get the guns and the baby, because she was allegedly so mentally unstable. So, I guess my question to you guys is that if she was sectioned off before because she was mentally unstable, regardless if it's from postpartum depression or whatever the case may be, should she have been in custody of her baby? Now that brings me back to that question. Although I know that's not the issue that we addressing right now. But should she have been in custody of that baby? Because if something would have happened to the baby, then it would have been on them woulda, coulda, shouldas, right? Interesting. After she was shot and treated for her physical injuries, she was sectioned. Involuntary community psychiatric report documents indicated that she was initially held up under Section 12. So she was not sectioned before the day that they came to her house. I'm just trying to make sure I have this timeline correct. So she was never in a mental facility before they came to her house. You're saying that after the pew-pewing happened, She was taken into the hospital. She went for recovery, and then she was sectioned for psychiatric reasons at that point in time. I'm just trying to make sure I have this right. Before the doctor later determined she no longer met the criteria for involuntary commitment, commitment and could be moved to an outpatient care. Okay. That is the reason to get her guns. Yeah. Yes, and that's the why I'm questioning the lack of protocol. Agreed. She was in hospital before the crime, alleged. Oh, okay. So that could all be a play. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This, I don't know. Yeah, they tried to secure the firearms first. I think she lied to them. Okay, she was hospitalized because of postpartum, and she was hospitalized for postpartum depression prior to this incident, right? There are so many ways to do this. Maybe they were just taking shortcuts because she was Ellie. I do believe that too. So I do believe that a lot of things like calling her mom, letting the baby daddy come, doing all this, getting books and stuff. You know, I'm glad that he was saying that he told her, look, you can worry about that at another time. Like, and they just did that all messy. And that was because of who she was, and maybe partially because of who he was. Because I tell you, if it was you, boo, you wouldn't have been able to call nobody. They probably would have had you in handcuffs on the couch, and they probably would have packed the baby stuff up themselves. So there you go. Now, that's what I can tell you. If it was you or me, then we would have been sitting in handcuffs like this, and we would have been crying on the couch, talk about they taking my baby, and they would have did all they needed to do, got out the house, gave him the baby, and unhandcuffed you and let you sit there. So that's what I do want you to know. So I think because she was an officer and a co-worker. She wasn't sectioned before though. So they didn't know going in that she would have these issues. So I wonder, is it from the complaint that he filed that they thought that maybe she might be sectioned? Because I'm like, when they keep throwing the section word out here, that they may have to section her. Why would they think that they have to section her if she didn't have to be sectioned before? She never presented any type of mental health problems. Are they saying that? But she was off work because of the postpartum depression, right? I know she was getting ready to go back to work, allegedly. Mm-hmm. Take it to trial. Have you ever seen the show MASH? No. Absolutely not. No, I didn't. Did they come on before or after Cheers? There was, so the hospitalized prior to the incident, but section after. Okay, wait a minute. Hospitalized before on her own will. Then she was sectioned after. Okay. Being 5150s is horrible experience, just saying. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine that. Host Coffer. She should be mentally treated and not in trial. Okay. That's different coming from you, Derek. Look at you, Derek. Wow, PPD is serious and people definitely should have been handled differently, in my opinion. I heard the first judge was a total basket case. Yeah, I heard that too. Why take the baby from her if she wasn't mentally ill? Well, it's to my understanding she was mentally ill. Like, we got to make up our mind. I'm fucking confused. Y'all are confusing me. Now, either she was postpartum depression and she was mentally ill, or she wasn't before they came and took the baby. I am so confused. Therapist says she's second that motion. They should have secured the weapons first, in my opinion. And I think they were trying to secure the weapons, right? be happy, real happy. I think that's what they were trying to do, but she lied, right? What do they do if she lied? If they say where are the weapons at, she say in the basement in the safe, or she say in the safe in the basement, and they go down there and they get the weapons out. I mean, what are they supposed to do? They didn't know she had another weapon. I don't think they knew she had another weapon. Real Happy said, yeah, she was awful. They tried. A therapist, she said, what the heck is wrong with MASH? Oh, nothing is wrong with MASH. I just like, I when they would come in the Army helicopters, it turned me off. Never watched it. Never go there. They sectioned her because she was threatening suicide slide. Okay. And that was afterwards. Too much bald here. MASH was a good show. Derek said MASH was a good show. When I heard MASH theme song last night, I turned my teeth. I've never been a MASH person. I don't know. Maybe it's because of the army. I don't know. Like, I'll probably rather watch Gilligan's Island or Cheers or something. But I thought you like bald eggheads. Oh, gosh. Is the trial back yet? It is. I'm just talking. We just talking because we trying to get some things straight here. Let me see. They laughing at you, pretty bro. My dad's favorite. We were watching the series finale and the electricity went off. He never got to see the end. Oh no. Oh wow. I never liked them. I just know them. Hey, Just Shamrock. My understanding is she was often off on regular maternity leave. I think the postpartum depression diagnosis came after the incident when she was hospitalized. She got it now. Therapist, after Afroman trial, starting. Oh gosh, she's so silly. No, not MASH. MASH, Massachusetts. Oh. Oh, I thought she was talking about the show MASH. Oh gosh. Oh wow. They let her roam around. Yeah, they let her roam around. They let her do a lot of stuff. I promise you, Roseanne, you would have been handcuffed. Cheers was very good. Yes, it was. We didn't went on to shows. You say those were me, child. Hey, so you in the right group. That's all we are. You are in the right group. You're in the right group. I said I don't know what chat I was in one day, and I know it was Lynn, Tanya. I can't remember what we was chatting. We had to be on Discord. No, we had to be on like watching the show, and it was so funny because they was like, we may have a little the little nursing home chat over here. And I was like, nah, y'all not about to put me in a nursing home real quick, but we may have a little nursing home chat. So you might be in the so I mean, hey, it is what it is. But they was like, don't tell us we in the nursing home chat. And we might be in the nursing home chat. But we gonna make it do what it do over here. We trying to keep up. That's why we confusing ourselves. Look, the therapist said, oh man, we confused. That's right. Because you in the nursing home, we can't remember shit. We don't know what's going on. We need to be reminded. We gonna be late. We got all types of issues. At one point in time, people didn't even come in here and say hello. The first thing they came and said is, look, I broke my back today. Like, well, damn. We had all types of stuff going on. Like, okay, you don't even say hello. You just come in here. Look, I broke my back today. Like, okay, what are we supposed to do with that? Yeah. So, yeah, you in the right place. All right, I'm about to take us back into the case. Oh man.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I did. Good afternoon. You can have a seat, or I guess good morning still.
Good morning, Your Honor. Okay.
Yes, please.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself and spell your first name and your last name?
Good morning. My name is Officer Stephen Corr. Stephen spelled Steven. Last name is Corr, Corr.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the town of North Andover.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 15 years.
Okay, what are your duties and responsibilities now?
I'm on patrol 4 to 12 shift. We respond to everything, 911 calls, domestics, motor vehicle accidents. If somebody calls the police, we answer.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of last year. You were working that day.
Correct.
Okay, at some point in the early evening, did you get a call to go somewhere? Or did you get a call that you decided to respond to?
There was a call. We had several officers involved in a document service.
Okay.
I was assisting another officer at the time with an arrest.
Okay, and the document service was a restraining order?
Correct.
Fair to say that was being served on Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Okay, did you know where she lived?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I was about to say I didn't hear your answer, but he repeated it, so you knew where she lived.
I do. Yes, correct.
Sorry, we're having trouble hearing the gentleman too. If you could
Well,
just
I'm
try to
sorry. Excuse me.
voice up. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you said you were on another call, correct?
Correct.
Whereabouts was that?
It was down the road on Waverly Road up by the cemetery.
At some point, did you receive information that necessitated your presence at Ms. Fitzsimmons' residence?
After I had cleared that call with another officer, I had saw on the control board in my cruiser that they were getting out at that residence, and I started floating that way prior to receiving radio transmissions.
Okay. And before you got there, did you receive another transmission?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Daly had called off, and in the background, it was just a woman screaming and him saying shots fired.
Okay. And so did you head that way?
I did.
When you got there, was anybody else outside when you got there?
There was another person in a small red car that had pulled up next to me as I had gotten out. I spoke with her briefly about somebody running down the street with a child.
Okay. Had you seen that person running down the street yourself?
I did not, no.
So what did you do after you stopped?
After I stopped, I grabbed my med bag and I radioed up to Lieutenant Daly. I said, where are you, sir? And he answered me on the radio, said, upstairs. I think he said upstairs.
Had you ever been in that residence before?
I have not, no.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went in the porch on the left side, went in through the front door. I could hear a female screaming. I think I went inside and asked her, where are they? And she said, they're upstairs. I went upstairs. And there's a weird kind of layout of the house where you come in the front door and the stairs are right behind it.
Okay. Now you said the woman screaming. Was that the woman downstairs was screaming?
Woman downstairs, the living room, family room on the left, yes.
Okay. You went upstairs?
Correct.
When you got upstairs, what did you see initially?
I got upstairs. There was a landing way with a left exit and a right exit. There was two doors. I could hear commotion on the right side, so I entered that doorway.
Okay. And who did you see when you entered that doorway?
I saw Lieutenant Daly. I saw Officer Nunan and Officer Houston.
Okay. What were they doing?
They were performing first aid, rendering aid to Ms. Fitzsimmons.
At some point, did Officer Nunan ask you to do something?
He did.
What was that?
He pointed right where his hand had been, and he said, secure that firearm. And I had looked down, there was a firearm sitting on I want to say a white-looking bookshelf.
Okay. Was that near the door?
Correct.
Picture right now. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 57. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what is that?
That was where the firearm was located, on top of that white-looking bookshelf. I guess it's not a bookshelf, but
So this is the room you're in, correct?
correct,
And this is the door you went in?
correct.
And is this the area where the gun was?
That's where the gun I saw was, yes.
Okay. And so you didn't know anything about the gun at the time, whether it was loaded or not, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, so what did you do?
I had gloves on at the time. I picked up the firearm. There was a small black box on the bed. I saw that was an open box where I could store the firearm because I knew paramedics and fire department was going to be coming in that room. It's not a huge room, so I wanted to get it out of the way so it wouldn't be trampled, wouldn't be disrupted or anything. I took the firearm. I looked at the box. There was nothing in it. I kind of did one of these motions to make sure there was nothing in it, put it down. I dropped the magazine out of it.
And what does that mean, dropping the magazine?
I hit this release button on the side of the firearm. It takes out all the bullets that are in the magazine.
Okay. Bullets stay in the magazine.
The bullets are in the magazine, correct? And then after that, I racked the slide, had it sideways, and I emptied a round out of the chamber into that box.
Okay, so there were a magazine with a number of bullets in it.
Correct.
The one round or bullet was was racked into the chamber itself, correct?
Correct.
And then did that go in the box?
That went inside the box.
And what did you do with the firearm itself?
The firearm, I put everything in the box.
Okay.
And then brought it outside of the room.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you a picture and ask if you recognize what that is.
Hold on a second. So this image
not
on.
agreed to, so it's a picture that.
Okay. All right. My question was, and you just answered it by your movement, was whether you wanted me to look at what was on the screen.
No.
All right. So you've handed him a photo.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
It's the box that I placed the firearm on the ammunition in.
Okay, can you see the firearm, magazine, and the round itself?
I can.
Okay. Where is the pic? What did you do with the box after you placed the items in it?
Like I said, it was a small room. The landing, it was at the top of the stairs. I backed up out of that and I put the box in the corner away where I kind of stood over it, made sure nobody messed with it as the fire department came up and down for medical aid.
Thank you. I brought right off of this picture is the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It may be admitted.
Exhibit 80, so marked.
If I may publish it.
Please.
Is that in the position where you had placed the box itself on the landing?
Yes.
You said you stood guard over it until when?
As they were doing render and aid, Officer Nunan backed out of the room along with Officer Houston and I believe Lieutenant Daly. As she was being removed from the room downstairs, there started to be some issues. I asked Lieutenant Daly, who was standing next to me, I said, do you want me to go down and make sure the fire department's all set, putting her in the ambulance, make sure nobody interferes with that? And he said, yep, I'll take watch over the firearm. And he basically stood over it and made sure nobody, after I had left.
Okay. When you initially went into the room and you saw Ms. Fitzsimmons on the ground, I'm assuming?
She was blocked my view. I could see feet. Okay. I assumed that was her. Once everybody kind of moved out of the way and I walked in, I said, what do you guys need for help? They already had a med bag up there, but she was on the back side of the bed.
Where was Officer Nunan after the fire department left?
Standing next to me in the hallway, the landing area, I want to call it.
Did you do anything with regards to him? Did you make any observations?
I asked him if he was good. It's basically me making sure he's okay. Adrenaline's rushing. As I came up the top of the stairs, there was a little glass door on the left, and it looked like there was like a pinhole through it. I thought he might have been shot at, so I asked him, "Hey, did she get a round off on you?" And he basically, I don't know.
Overruled only because it's been admitted and it's of marginal relevance. Just to explain the scene. Sure. Cross? Mr. Brito, cross? Thank you. Yes, take your time.
Officer Core, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm sure that you memorialized all these important facts you testified to in a police report somewhere.
No, we didn't generate a police report at that time, no.
Well, I'm not asking if we did, I'm asking if you did.
I did not know, sir.
Excuse me one moment. Do you mind going to the?
Oh, sorry.
Only because, to make sure that the audio gets picked up.
Everything you testified to was not memorialized by you in the police report, correct?
No, I did not read a police report, no.
Now, also, you weren't interviewed until 30 days after this incident, correct?
Interviewed by who?
By the state police.
I don't remember the exact time frame.
Isn't it true that you were interviewed on July 30th?
I don't know the exact date. If that's what you say it is, then I assume you're giving me correct information.
I appreciate that. You were also working with Officer Nunan, correct? At the time?
I work
In
with
that
him,
time
he's a
interval?
coworker.
Did you work with him in that time interval?
From when the incident
the
happened to
30th?
July 30th,
July.
he's on a different shift, but yeah, I do work with him.
And did you speak with him about the case?
I don't recall if we did. I'm sure we had talked at some point about if he was okay.
Did you speak to him about what happened at the scene? Just yes or no?
At the scene we did, absolutely. We were on the same scene.
Okay. And did you speak with him in the days following?
I couldn't tell you. I'm sure we at some point talked.
And what about prior to your state police interview?
I'm sure we talked at some point.
So you spoke with him at the scene, spoke with him probably shortly after, and spoke with him prior to the interview as the interview approached. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Anything to that? Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. You may step down.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Come with you. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael Bonosauro, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
You may have a seat. Just pull yourself up to that mic. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Detective Lieutenant Michael Bonosauro. Last is spelled Bonasoro.
How are you employed?
I work for the Mass State Police.
And what is your current assignment?
I work for the Firearms Identification Section.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police generally?
Almost 20 years.
If you could give us a brief recitation of your assignments within the state police?
all assignments or what I'm doing now?
Start from when you graduated from the academy,
Okay.
briefly.
All right, so I graduated academy in 2006. From there, was on the road for a few years, transferred into the firearms identification section, stayed there for approximately 12 years, transferred out of there, went to the narcotics inspection unit for a year and a half, went to the duty office for a few months, back to the narcotics inspection unit, and then to firearms identification section again to work as the executive officer and now the unit commander.
And so how long has your current assignment with the firearms identification unit been?
Since I've been back a little over 3 years.
What does the firearms identification unit do?
So we have many responsibilities. So we respond to crime scenes, preserve the evidence, document the scene. We do microscopic comparisons of fired bullets as well as discharged casings. We attend autopsies, we destroy weapons, and we do functionality of weapon certifications.
How many troopers are assigned to your unit statewide?
There's a total of 18 of us assigned statewide.
And what are your responsibilities as the detective lieutenant in charge?
So I look at training, make sure we're up to accreditation standards for lab protocols, making sure all of our protocols are in line with the current definitions of mass general laws. I look at different aspects of how we respond to scenes, how we collect evidence, how we interpret evidence, looking at the definitions of firearms, ammunition, semi-automatic pistols, rifles, shotguns, assault weapons, different stuff like that. It's more of a managerial role. We're looking at making sure everybody has the training system and authorizing them to do the casework when they have achieved all of their training.
And fair to say that you still, from time to time, respond to scenes yourself?
Yeah, so as of right now, we're down a few supervisors. So I took on the role of going to these more high-profile scenes to observe my other battle stations, collect evidence, as well as do some of the hands-on work myself.
Can you briefly summarize some of the specialized training you've received over the years with respect to firearms?
Sure. So when you go into the firearms identification, it's a 2-year apprenticeship program. You work with other senior battle stations. You're looking at casework, seeing how to do the casework, make sure it aligns with the protocols that we have documented. You're doing test fires of weapons, numerous weapons, analyzing ammunition, magazines. You go into armorers courses, you go into different conferences to look at the field of tool marks and seeing how these tools are making these markings and how they're transferring over to these discharge casings and projectiles. So it's an ongoing process of different trainings. It's training from other examiners, see what they've discovered in the field and making sure you're up to date with all the standards.
And the armorers courses that you've gone to, have you gone to numerous with respect to the common gun manufacturers in the United States?
Yes, I've gone to several rifle, shotgun, firearm armorers courses.
Can you estimate how many weapons you've examined over the course of your career?
Hundreds.
And how many weapons have you test fired?
Over hundreds of them as well.
And do you also have the opportunity to examine ammunition as part of your work in the firearms identification unit?
Yes, looking at the components of ammunition, yes.
And one of the components of ammunition is projectiles?
Correct.
And you've examined estimate how many projectiles over the course of your career?
Thousands.
And how many scenes have you responded to?
Hundreds of scenes.
And have those been both fatal and non-fatal shooting scenes?
Yes.
Have you conducted and participated in the microscopic examination of ballistic evidence?
Yes, several.
Approximately how many times?
I would say over 100 cases.
And have you had the opportunity to testify in the courts of the Commonwealth?
Yes, several courts.
And if you could name a few of those courts.
Middlesex Superior District, Suffolk Superior District, Worcester Superior District.
And today you're in Essex?
Yes.
Before I ask you specific questions about the case, I just want to ask you some general questions about how firearms work and how ammunition works. Can you explain the components of a live round?
So you have several components. So you have the casing that encompasses everything. You have the powder that's inside of it, and then you have the projectile, and you also have the primer. So you need all these components to make ammunition. So all these components combined will make one combustible material. You'll have what's called a firing pin. It'll strike the primer. Primer will ignite the powder inside of the casing, which holds everything together. Once the gas is built up from the burning of the powder, the projectile will leave that casing.
So the projectile is what's commonly known as the bullet,
Yes.
and the casing is what is often recovered at crime scenes.
It's also referred to as a discharge cartridge casing, so it's been extracted from that firearm.
Is there a way for you to determine whether a round has been discharged from a working firearm?
There is. So you're looking at the tool marks of what's left over on that discharge casing or that projectile. So originally, you look at the class characteristics. Does it have the same design features as that firearm? Is in regards to a projectile, is the twist going to the left or the right based on that design feature of that firearm? If it twists to the left, it could sometimes be 6, 5, 4 right twist. So you look at these characteristics, make sure they're in line, and then move forward into what's called individual markings. As firearms are produced, they're produced by tools. As tools are making these firearms, the tools are wearing away. You also have little pieces of metal that get in front of the tools, which will create unique marks. There isn't one firearm that is the same due to the fact that you'll have material that's in front of these cutting edges.
And is it fair to say that when a cartridge is new or from the box, it does not have these particular tool marks you're looking for?
It shouldn't have any of the tool marks. It may have some type of markings, what's called bunter marks on a discharge casing. This is from stamping that live cartridge to indicate what caliber and manufacturer of that live cartridge.
Did you say what marks?
A bunter mark. A bunter mark.
Can you spell that for the court?
It's BUNTER.
And that's the stamp that reflects the caliber of ammunition?
The caliber as well as the manufacturer.
When a casing comes apart from a projectile, does it come out with velocity?
It does.
And are you able to determine anything about where a particular gun was fired based on where a casing or casings are recovered?
You can't really determine the exact location. It should land in the general vicinity of the shooter, but you also have variables if that casing was kicked or manipulated in some way, or if it deflected off another object.
And I think we just talked about this, but what does caliber refer to?
Caliber is the diameter or length of that casing.
I'd like to talk about a semi-automatic firearm. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And how does a semi-automatic firearm work?
So it requires a trigger pull per firing of that weapon. So you pull the trigger, it will cause either a hammer or a firing pin to move forward. We'll strike the primer. After it strikes the primer, it will cause an explosion. Explosion is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is going to extract that casing, which is attached to that slide. It's going to hit what's called an ejector. The ejector is going to extract that discharge casing out of the ejection port, and it's going to continue the cycle. This slide is going to move forward now because it's under spring tension. It's going to pick up that other live cartridge that's in the magazine well and load the next live cartridge.
But does the user have to do something first before they are able to pull the trigger and have a projectile fire?
So they would have to load either manually or with a magazine. So a live cartridge has to be inserted into the chamber.
And does the slide, or does the slide have to be pulled back?
The slide has to be racked to the rear, yes.
Okay. And so the slide has to be racked to the rear just one time before the shots are fired?
Yeah, so you have to essentially cock the firearm. So you have to put some external force on that firing pin or that striker to hold it in place. When you pull the trigger, you're going to have that transfer bar or that trigger bar, whatever you want to call it, will actually drop. We'll engage that trigger bar or that striker to move forward and move past the aperture, which is the circular portion, and right in front of the primer that sits in front of the chamber. So all these things have to happen, but initially you have to have a cocked firearm for it to happen. So you have to load that live cartridge and put some external force on that slide to cock it.
And is cartridge synonymous with magazine?
Cartridge versus magazine. So a cartridge would seat in a magazine.
So the cartridge holds the projectiles or casings in the magazine.
Yes.
And what part of the gun is a magazine?
So it's an external piece that's inserted into a magazine well.
So a user would take the magazine, enter a cartridge which contains the bullets, and then seat it in the handle of a semi-automatic weapon.
So the person would load the ammunition inside of the magazine. Magazine will have a spring tension as well as a follower on top. That spring tension pushes that live cartridge to the top of that magazine at all times. That live cartridge is stripped by the slide or manipulated by putting that live cartridge in the chamber manually, but ultimately you do have to cock that weapon to fire it.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of last year. On that date, in the evening hours, did you get called to go somewhere?
I did.
Where did you get called to go?
To a residence in North Andover.
What information did you have when you arrived?
Information I had was there was a police-involved shooting, which required a supervisor to attend the scene.
And that's why you went?
Yes.
What time did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly what time. It was in the evening hours.
Did anyone else from your unit respond?
Yes, I had a trooper, Chris Pierce, as well as trooper Andrew Valeri.
And the three of you responded from the firearms identification unit?
Yes.
And what was your purpose on scene?
We wanted to document the scene. We wanted to inventory all personnel that were involved in the shooting, whether they fired or not, to inventory their weapons, to account for all live cartridges.
And again, is that standard procedure for an officer involved shooting?
Yes.
When you responded, who was on scene?
There was several detectives from the Essex County Detective Unit, as well as Andover police personnel.
North Andover police personnel?
North Andover, yes, Mike, sorry.
Were you directed to a particular part of the house?
I was. There was a particular part in the top of the stairs where there was a firearm located in a safe, as well as a bedroom where we recovered two discharge casing as well as a projectile.
And did you or someone from your unit or someone from the state police take photographs that evening?
Yes, we had crime scene services photograph the scene.
And what is crime scene services?
So they're a unit in Massachusetts State Police. So they document, they photograph the scene, they videotape the scene to preserve the scene, as well as do prints on firearms casings and so on, as well as footwear impression markings.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 9 photographs. I just ask that you take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
While you're doing that, Counsel, Mr. Brady, will the defense be objecting to any of these?
I don't know what counsel has there.
Okay, thanks. Perhaps,
I thought there was an objection.
okay, perhaps when, hold on one second. Perhaps when when the witness is done, if you can show them to Mr. Bradel, and if, to the extent that you were able to mark a few and you can object to a few or all of them. Take your time, Mr. Bradel.
I understand there's no objection.
No objection.
Okay, let's have Mr. Wayne mark those individually. said there were 9.
Exhibit 81 somewhere. Exhibit 82 somewhere. Exhibit 83 somewhere. Exhibit 84 somewhere. Exhibit 85 somewhere. 86 somewhere. 87 somewhere. 88 somewhere. 89 somewhere.
Thank you.
May I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Sir, I'm showing you first what's been marked as 81. Do you recognize that picture?
The picture dictates plaque number 3. I believe there was a discharge casing around that vicinity of plaque number 3.
Sir, what number was that again?
81.
81, thank you.
Is Exhibit 82 a different angle of that same, you were trying to photograph that same discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
Showing you Exhibit 83. What does picture 83 show?
Discharge cartridge casing with the close-up appearance.
Has it been moved?
I believe it has been moved.
And why would it been moved?
Where it was located, it was kind of in a confined space in the corner of the room.
Showing you Exhibit 84. Do you recognize Exhibit 84?
Yes, it's where a sprint projectile was recovered right above the air conditioning unit inside the curtains.
Exhibit 86.
I'm sorry, can you just give me one moment to just catch up?
Do you need the picture?
Can you, yeah, do you mind putting that back on? Okay, thank you.
What does picture 80, Exhibit 86 show?
It's a close-up picture of plaque number 4 of that spine projectile that was recovered in the curtains.
And showing you Exhibit 87. What does Exhibit 87 show?
The projectile from plaque number 4 that was moved for a close-up photograph.
So it's taken from the air conditioning unit and moved for this photograph?
Taken from the curtain and moved on, I believe, the bed, taken a photo of it.
Showing you Exhibit 89. What does Exhibit 89 show?
It's where a projectile possibly struck. We looked at the air conditioner inside and to the rear of it. They had a hole consistent with a strike on the outside of that air conditioner. Can't determine exactly, but it appeared to be a projectile strike, and there was another hole on the exterior or the back end of that air conditioner as well.
And is that what Exhibit 88 shows?
Yes.
And did you ever find a projectile associated with this air conditioner, the one that struck the air conditioner?
I did not.
That last photo, that one there, is that 85?
88.
I'm sorry, 88? Thank you.
Detective Lieutenant, next showing you Exhibit 76. Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 76?
It appears to be another discharge cartridge casing by placard number 1.
And is Exhibit 77 a close-up of that discharge cartridge casing?
It is.
And what did you do with the discharge cartridge casings and the spent projectile that you recovered from the scene that night?
So all pieces of evidence were documented, where they were located by placard number, the time of location, who recovered that evidence, and any particular features of that discharge casings, the head stamps or bunter marks.
So you collected the evidence and documented it, fair to say?
Yes.
And is it, in summary, fair to say that you recovered 2 discharge cartridge casing and 1 spent projectile?
Correct.
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you ask that question again?
Sure. In summary, is it fair to say that you recovered 2 discharged cartridge casings and 1 spent projectile that night?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did you continue your search of that bedroom?
I did.
And what else did you recover from that bedroom?
I don't believe there was anything else from the bedroom other than the 2 discharge casings and the projectile.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Oh. Let's, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All right. Let's give it a 5-minute recess. Please don't exit the door.
Okay. The AC was in the way. Oh, wow. The AC was in the way, baby. Probably gonna be hot there. So it look like I can take us past this, so I will.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant, is it true that you took possession of a number of firearms the night of June 30th, 2025?
I did.
And whose firearms did you collect?
There's 2 North Andover police officers' firearms and another firearm that was recovered at the top of the stairs at the residence.
And the 2 North Andover police officers, was that Tim Houston and Patrick Nunan?
Yes.
And did you also inspect Lieutenant Daly's firearm on scene?
I did.
And what did you determine with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had.
Oh, I'm sorry. This almost only happens in Lawrence. But the window's open over here, which is what we need for, because of our HVAC, but I'm having trouble hearing. Do you mind closing that? Sorry, and you're gonna have to repeat those last question and answer. I didn't. Thank you. Can you repeat that?
I think so. Sir, what was your finding with respect to Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
He had 1 magazine, so he was fully loaded. There wasn't any unaccounted for rounds of ammunition.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused because I thought you took Officer Houston and Officer Nunan is what I wrote down, but is that?
Fair to say you took Officer Houston's firearm and Officer Nunan's firearm.
Correct.
And did you take Lieutenant Daly's firearm?
I did not.
Did you just examine the number of bullets in his magazine?
Yes,
Well, she's leading because the judge was distracted by the outside noise, so, and I'll allow you to do so as well, Mr. Brady. So overruled, all right, so now I understand. Thank you.
And sir, I'm next going to ask you if you recognize what's shown in Exhibit 10.
Yes, that is the firearm at the top of the stairs, as well as a magazine with numerous live cartridges in it, as well as one loose live cartridge.
Is this the loose live cartridge here?
It is.
I'd like to ask you about your major findings in this case. Based on your training and experience, did you conduct microscopic analysis with respect to the projectile and cartridge casings that were recovered from the bedroom of Phillipsbrook Road?
I did. So I test fired all three weapons and conducted a microscopic examination of the class characteristics, as well as the individual markings that were left behind from the firing process. I was able to conclude that the weapon that was fired by Officer Nunan created the discharge casings that were recovered in the bedroom, as well as the spent projectile that was recovered above the air conditioner.
And were you able to exclude any weapons?
I was able to exclude the other firearms.
I'd like to change gears a little and talk about the weapon that was recovered from the black safe at the top of the stairs. Did you do anything with respect to that gun?
I test fired that weapon with 2 live cartridges from submitted ammunition.
And what was your conclusion?
That weapon did not fire the discharge casings as well as the projectile that was recovered.
So the gun from the black safe was also excluded from the discharge casings in the projectile that were recovered from the bedroom?
Correct.
But did the gun operate?
It did operate, yes.
Was there any problems with its operation?
There was no malfunctions.
Did you bring with you today a box?
I did.
And what is contained within that box?
I believe it was the that Glock firearm that was in question that was recovered at the top of the stairs.
Is that box packaged in the standard way that the ballistic unit packages firearms?
It is.
If you could open the box and explain what is in the content, what's contained within.
May I assume that someone's made sure that this is safe to begin with?
I'll do it again, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, we have a trigger lock that was provided later. We have the firearm in question. It's safe and empty. There's nothing in the chamber. The slide is locked back to the rear. There's nothing in the magazine well. The weapon is safe and empty. Also, contents of this is you have the 2 magazines that were recovered from the vest that were downstairs on the first floor of the residence. You have the magazine that was recovered in the safe. It was originally loaded with 16 live cartridges. And you have 2 test fires that are conducted using that live ammunition from that magazine, as well as the single loose live cartridge that was recovered in the safe.
Are you going to ask more questions about that? Because I couldn't keep up. Or should I have them repeated?
No, I will ask more questions.
Okay, thank you.
But in the meantime, may the box and the contents be marked for as an exhibit?
Yeah, let's. We're gonna have to do them individually. I don't want the ammunition to be with the firearm. So let's do that, Mr. Ruane. And also, any objection if he puts, Mr. Bradle, if he puts the trigger lock on there?
No, Judge.
I don't know, are you able to even?
Object to the meeting either for this. I don't object to any meeting for this.
I would ask that you just wait to
Sure,
put the trigger lock on, certainly before it's submitted.
sure. Thank you.
How about we do the front in the box and then the rest we can tag individually?
Sure.
Exhibit 90 would be the firearm, Your Honor, in a box.
Yeah.
91 is a magazine, Your Honor. And 92 is also a magazine, Your Honor.
Is it with the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
93 is the same magazine.
93 is a magazine with ammunition.
Live round.
94 ammunition, 1 round.
Test fire.
95 test fired ammunition. 96 test fired ammunition.
The magazine that you recovered from the gun in the black safe, what was the total capacity of that magazine?
17 live cartridges.
And is that how many live cartridges that weapon can hold?
That's how many cartridges the magazine can hold. So what's called a top-off method. So you would load the magazine with the 7 live cartridges. You would chamber around. You take the magazine out of the magazine well, and then insert another live cartridge. So essentially, the magazine will be fully loaded with 7, and then there will be 1 live cartridge in the chamber.
So you said 7, not 17.
My apologies.
No, I'm asking, that's a question. You mean 7, right? Not 17?
7. The magazine is 17 live cartridges capacity.
17
17.
is the capacity. Okay.
17 is the capacity for the magazine that was recovered from the black box.
Correct.
And so when you add an extra round, what's the capacity for the weapon itself?
So we'd call it 17 plus 1. So essentially 18 live cartridges.
So getting back to that, in that black box, in this, I'm showing you exhibit 80. Exhibit 80 is the gun, the magazine, and the single live projectile that is contained within the box in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you examined this firearm, how many bullets were in the magazine?
There were 16 live cartridges in the magazine.
And how many live projectiles were in the safe?
There was 1 loose round live cartridge in the safe.
And that was reflected in the 1 loose round cartridge. That's in exhibit 94, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with the term dry fire?
I am.
What's that mean?
So you are cycling the weapon without a live cartridge in the chamber. So all the same steps are going to happen. You're going to cock that weapon. It's going to have that trigger bar or that striker be sent to the rear. It's going to be held in tension by that trigger bar. When you depress the trigger, it's going to create that trigger bar to drop. The firing pin is going to move forward through the aperture and potentially strike any live cartridge that's in the chamber.
And what happens if there's not a live cartridge in the chamber?
So you'll hear an audible click.
With the court's permission, may Detective Lieutenant demonstrate?
Any objection?
No.
Demonstrate with.
A dry fire with no projectile in the weapon at all, no projectile particularly in the chamber.
Yes.
So if you could stand up and demonstrate.
All right. Again, there's nothing in the magazine well, nothing in the chamber currently. So the weapon currently is cocked. You move the slide forward, still in the cocked position. You still have that trigger bar, it's moved backwards. And then when you pull the trigger, you'll hear an audible click because it's releasing that striker. That striker is going to move forward and hit where the aperture where the firing pin would protrude. So you'll hear the click. And then in order to reset it, so right now you have a dead trigger, it's not going to do anything. Again, pull the trigger, audible click. And that's what you'll hear. If you have nothing, if it's halfway, you'll have a click as well. So if it's not all the way chambered, it'll click as well. So what we call it is out of battery. So the weapon is locked to the rear. You'll have the slide forward. Now the weapon is battery. So you have an enclosed live cartridge. There's nowhere for that live cartridge to go when it's fired, but out the barrel.
And I'm sorry, the term that you used, batteried?
It's out of, so once the live cartridge is loaded, that weapon is now in battery. So you have the breech that is right behind that live cartridge. So when you fire that weapon, an explosion is going to happen. So you're going to have the firing pin is going to hit that primer. Primer is going to ignite the powder. Powder is going to build up gases. Projectors are going to go down simultaneously. You're going to have an explosion, which is going to cause that slide to go backwards. The extractor is in contact with that live cartridge. It's going to rip that discharge casing out. It's going to hit an ejector, which is pretty much a metal rod, and it's going to eject out this ejection port, which is right here. There's an ejector right in there. An extractor is like a little claw that's attached to that rim of that live cartridge or that discharge cartridge after firing and pulling it right out. All in one function, and then that slide is going to go forward and load the next live cartridge.
Thank you.
So based on your training and experience, would you hear that click if there was a loaded magazine in the weapon, but no bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And based on your training and experience, what would happen if the gun was cocked and there was bullets in the magazine and you pulled the trigger?
If there wasn't any live cartridges in the chamber, nothing would go off. You'd hear a click, but nothing would go off.
And then how would you get a bullet to go into the chamber?
You'd have to physically, manually load that bullet or push that slide forward to load that live cartridge from the magazine.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, take your time.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mark.
Hello, sir.
Afternoon.
Lieutenant Detective Bonosauro, do I have that right?
Detective Lieutenant Bonosauro.
Bonosauro, nice to meet you. We have never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
So what's a head stamp on a cartridge?
It's the indicator that tells you the caliber and the manufacturer.
Was that something that you took note of for all the cartridges in this case?
Yes.
And and you can look at any of your reports if you like, or anything you need to look at, you can just let me know. Or you can just go right ahead and do it. Do you have your reports with you?
I don't have them with me now.
Okay. And let me know when I can show you. In this case, relative to the spent projectiles that you recovered and the loose round you recovered, did you check the head stamps of those?
All head stamps were recorded on all evidence, yes.
And they're on your ballistics worksheets, right?
Yes.
And if you need to look, just let me know. All the head stamps for all these cartridges were the same, right?
I believe so.
It was Hornady 9mm.
Yes.
And so, just out of an abundance of caution, I don't want you to believe so. I want you to look and just tell me. Is that all right?
Yes, that's
I'm pretty sure I'm giving you everything. And if I don't, just let me know. And I have 3 ballistics worksheets here. May I approach you on?
I'm gonna show you those. Take a look. Take all the time.
And then, just so I'm clear, Mr. Bradle, the question is whether all the ammunition recovered had the same head stamp?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct,
thank
Your
you.
Honor. So with respect to, actually, I should qualify that a little more, Your Honor.
Sure.
The question was, the 2 spent projectiles and the loose round, do they all have the same head stamp?
The 2 discharge casing as well as the loose live cartridges all have the same Hornady head stamp.
And I apologize, and you just corrected me. I said spent projectiles. That's wrong, isn't it?
Correct.
So I should rephrase that, Your Honor. The 1 live round, live cartridge, and the 2 shell casings all had the same head stamp.
Correct.
Thank you. And I said that right that time, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm just going to retrieve those from you.
Sure.
As a state police detective, you go to various towns and you investigate ballistics evidence, ballistics issues at various calls, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes you get there kind of well after the fact of the incident, right?
Correct.
And in this case, I know you don't exactly remember the times, but let's break it down a little bit. How long did it take you to get to the scene, if you recall?
Probably over an hour to get there. I was traveling from Maynard.
Okay, so Maynard to North Andover, and it's was it dark out when you got there, if you can recall?
I don't recall exactly what time I got there.
Okay, it's fair to say that the scene was secured and there was there were no civilians around. It was a crime scene that was in the possession of police.
Safe to say there was a secure scene, yes.
And you saw colleagues from the state police that are assigned to the state Essex Detective Unit, right?
Correct.
And you also saw some North Andover police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that the North Andover police officers were having free reign over that scene when you were there?
I wouldn't call it free reign.
Well, nobody was keeping them out of there, right?
I believe they had a log of who was going in and out, but it's not my responsibility to keep track of who's in the scene.
Certainly not. And you oftentimes don't have personal knowledge of what goes with what cartridges from what gun, things like that.
Correct.
And you often have to rely on what people at the scene tell you.
Yes.
And then you can also, however, apply your science and figure out to a reasonable degree of ballistic certainty what the relationships of certain projectiles, cartridges, and firearms are, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, you don't have any personal knowledge of the chain of custody of these various firearms, do you?
What was recorded in my notes of who I recovered these firearms from is all I can.
Well, we can start there and we'll go through it. So you wrote a report. And again, if you want to look at this, just let me know. You wrote a report that involved 3 Glock firearms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, it might be quicker, Judge, if I give him one of these, so I don't have to keep going back and forth with that.
That's fine. Let me ask, Mr. Brady, do you think that now's a good time to break for lunch? Do you think?
Sure,
And then,
that's fine, Judge, and I'll have the paperwork for him, and we can just go without having to go back.
Yeah, maybe let's do that. So,
Thank you.
we'll stand at recess and let's start back up at 5 of 2.
Should we have?
All right.
The gun lock on?
Stand
lunch recess.
Should you put the gun lock on?
Yeah, do.
Okay.
Okay, so they are going to lunch until about 2 o'clock. Let me know what I would like to know from everybody. Let's put I guess if you are going for not guilty, just put Team Kelsey in the chat, or you can put Team K in the chat.
Thank you so much.
If you are feeling that she is guilty, let's see, let's put Team, I want to say Team C, like Team C for cop, or yeah, Team C for cop. I don't know yet. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know yet. So if they have explained if her weapon jammed, I didn't get that information from it yet, which is weird because that's the first thing I think somebody asked, was that her service weapon, but I thought her service weapon had been taken because she was on leave of absence from the job, but I could be mistaken. Okay. Just so everybody is also aware, in regards to our Megan with 2 G's and Casey and 2 E's case, they have not started the feed for that one. So I'm not sure if the jury came back yet and started their deliberations, but I am keeping an eye on that. And when that verdict does come back, I'll bring it to you. Also, for those that were going to Hawaii with us later today, look, I have on my Aloha shirt. I am all ready for Hawaii. You know, when you get off the plane in Hawaii, they had a little lays, and then they come and they greet you. At least you can get that. You have to pay for it, right? And so I wanted a complete Hawaiian experience. So when I went to Hawaii, I was like, okay, give me my lei. They had the little sign out. Like, come over here. Come over here. So I am ready for Hawaii if we go to Hawaii. Aloha. That's all I know how to speak in Hawaii. I don't know nothing else Hawaiian. I don't know nothing else. I do know they have the best macadamia nuts, but they got macadamia nuts in every flavor that you would absolutely love. And I found me a pizza spot by our hotel, and it was wonderful. I ate pizza the entire time while I was there. I think that's the only thing I did, except for this place that they have where you can make your own pancakes. And we kind of made our own pancakes on like a griddle in front of us. And oh yeah, and I went and watched the dolphins because it was in February. And that's like they dolphin season. And yeah, I think it was dolphins. And we were able to see the dolphins like go in and out. Oh yeah. And that was the first time I ever went scuba diving, and I will never go again. I was like, I can't swim. Why y'all got me in the ocean? And I kept thinking of that movie Open Water. I don't know if y'all seen the movie Open Water, but I am like so paranoid, and sometimes I get in my head. And I had watched Open Water way too many times where they were on vacation and then they were like snorkeling and the boat miscounted and left them and they was just in the water and then the sharks came. And I kept thinking to myself as we were snorkeling, because for some reason I couldn't figure out how to not make my snorkel go down. And I kept panicking. It was so horrible. I never forget it. It was like, yeah. So that was my experience with that. So my Hawaii experience was, it was very, very fun, very memorable. Like, I'm like, I'm doing all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, so fun. Oh, thank you so much, Drunky. We love you too. Yeah, so that was my first time going snorkeling. My last time going snorkeling. I was like, the lady was like, because I wanted to get out the water and you talk about flapping like a fish, baby. I was flapping like a fish. And so when she was like, okay, I'm about to come get you, when they had the little paddle boards and stuff to come rescue you because I had to be rescued. She was like, okay, I'm about to come give you the paddle board and I'm about to rescue you. And I was like, you can get off the paddle board once you got the paddle. She's like, please stop panicking. I'm like, no, you get off. Let me on. No, you get off and let me get on. Lady, I can't swim. And it was so funny because they have you like where you can go down there and my husband, he had got like these little cameras and stuff where we could take pictures. And I was like, so not interested in none of that stuff. Like, I just don't want to be in the water. I do not want to be around the fish. I do not want to do any of this stuff. I am not in my elements. I'm like, I'm not in any control down here. So yeah, oh gosh. That's all I can say. I don't even know. I think we got a picture. Yeah, we did take a picture and we was kind of like in the water, like holding hands or something. Something we was doing. And you could tell I was really frustrated. Like I flushed it. I was like, no, get me out of this water. All the little fishies and stuff going around. Like, don't go far from the boat. Oh, I was traumatized. Oh God, thinking about it again. Like I won't do that again. And I had on you got on your little life jacket and you got your little flippers on. And I'm like, I can't swim. Like, I do baby pool stuff, right? But being out in the ocean, I was so scared the boat was gonna leave me. Oh, I'm traumatized. Just thinking about it, it traumatized me again. But the when we was watching the dolphins and stuff, and they would come and they would just pop out of the air and just up and down, up and down. That was really, really fun to me. But yeah. And I ate pizza every day. So I like pizza. Yeah, so yeah, that's about as wild as they can get with me. Well, no, I like roller coasters. I like adrenaline rushes. So like whenever we go on vacations or something, like I know one time we went on vacation and we was like doing like it's not like skydiving. It's like I think it's like when they have like them big things and like it's like real high up in the park and you kind of what are they called? I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember, but one time we did that and we had all the kids with us and they was like sitting down on the ground, sitting there and watching us and they was all small then. And, me and him, we had went up there and did, the thing where we kind of hang glide together. We was together. And he was like, after we got down, he was like, that was real irresponsible of us. We left all the kids down there. What if something would have happened to us and we all the way we was in Wisconsin. We was at Wisconsin Dells. He was like, yeah, zip lining. He was like, what if something would have happened to us and all the kids was up under 10? We left all the kids up under 10 down there so they could watch us do the zip lining. And he was like, well, that was real irresponsible of us. What if something would have happened? I guess they would have been like, hey, they were up there. What do we do from here? But that I like stuff like that. Like I like going zip line. I love roller coasters. Cedar Point is my favorite amusement park. And that's in Ohio. It's like one of the #1 amusement parks. But yes, I am a daredevil, but I ain't playing with no water. Like I don't want to do water. I was like, if the boat leave us, what are we gonna do? Oh my gosh. Oh man, I watched too many open water movies. I kid you not. And that was a real true story. If you ever looked at that movie Open Water, they got about 3 of them, but the first one, y'all, is a real true story. They really left them. And so they put in new protocols when you are doing like snorkeling and you go on boat trips where I think like you got to account for yourself and somebody else got to account for you. At least that's how I went when we were on the boat that we were on. Like it wasn't just us accounting for ourselves. They had to have somebody else vouch that we were back on that boat. Y'all better not leave me out here. Yeah, you're right. You would. Because I ain't about to be playing. Oh, goodness. I told that lady, if you don't get off this paddle board, I was pushing the lady off the paddle board. She was like, please calm down. Like, shit, I want out of this water right now. Yeah, and he just in there flapping like a fish and stuff. He just enjoying and stuff. Come down here, come down here. Fuck no, no. I'm like, you see these fish? What if a stingray or a jellyfish sting me? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna be dead in the water. I can't swim. He can swim. I cannot swim. I'll be out there playing. I'll be acting like I can swim. I cannot swim. That's what I do know. Okay, so y'all still let me know, what are your thoughts on this case? I want to know, is anybody okay? My team, Kelsey's, because I know y'all in here. Please, please, please tell me. Please tell me. I would like to know, is she guilty or not guilty so far? That is the question. What are your thoughts in regards to that? I said I need to do a panel because I know people have mixed emotions about this. And what I was trying to say earlier in the chat is that I find myself confusing the different points. And that's why I was like, oh, I wanted Jason to kind of like look at the case, because y'all know I will start conflicting ideas, like taking one person, one part of the situation and forgetting about the other part. You said in any other universe, I would be Team Kelsey. I'm not saying I'm not. What I am is I'm confused, to be honest. Like, cause like I am so Team Kelsey in regards to the custody thing, but I'm trying to keep that clear in regards to what we actually here for. Now, I definitely feel like she is so not guilty until she proven guilty. And right now they really haven't, besides his testimony, and she's going to be the deciding factor in my opinion, because her testimony is going to kind of like tell it all. But y'all know I will claim that she's not guilty right now, and she will be guilty in my opinion later on this afternoon. And y'all know I just flip and flop. I told you I'm like a fish. I was like a fish out of water when I was in the water. Nothing has changed. I am on land. My ideas, they are so flippy floppy. Yeah, so I might say she's not guilty right now, and then I might say she's guilty later. So I don't know. But right now, it's only because I didn't heard his testimony, and I do think he was credible. Some people are gonna say he's not credible. I thought he was credible. So her testimony may change everything, but I do want her to understand a couple things. This is the first thing. Thank you so much, Susie. This is the first thing that I do want her to understand, and if she does hear this, I do need her to take this for note. when she's giving her testimony, we are going to have periods that she has to cry. I want to see her cry. I want to see her get emotional because remember, we know she's been going through some stressful things, some mental stuff. So it's going to be very important and appropriate for her to cry. We in front of the judge. It's cool. So I definitely think that she should be able to show some emotion. Him up there saying that she was trying to kill him, you know, because he said that he got that out of his mouth multiple times. And it's like, I don't believe. It's like, is it crazy? I don't believe none of them. I don't believe him. I don't believe her. I don't believe neither of them right now. It's like, because in some aspects, when I'm looking at the story, I'm like, well, I don't understand why she would be trying to pew him, right? She had no rhyme or reason. And then I'm like, I don't believe that she had a reason to pew him. I don't think either or. I don't think he had a reason to pew her. Like, without her doing that. Like, I don't just see him sitting up there trying to unalive her. So it makes it really hard. But, you know, so I'm like, I'm kind of like believing his story that she had pulled it out and pointed it towards him. And I think that, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even care. And I can understand why he felt threatened. They're all officers. So I don't know why, if you an officer, she an officer, why would you even pull out your weapon like that? And I guess on the flip side, when we talk about Team Kelsey, the reason why she pulled out her weapon is because she was like, I'm going to do myself in. But then I'm like, well, I don't know. And then, you know, just hearing all the different stories from what people are saying is really, really, really like, had me like, well, I don't know what's truth and what's fact, was fiction, because he like, they ain't had no relationship. And then some people trying to make it like they were BFFs. This seems to be a trial of more than one thing can be true at the same time. Yeah. And I think that, I mean, if she pulling out a weapon, I mean, he really don't know what she gonna do. Because like, as soon as she pull it out, I probably would have been trying to pew her. You know, he was adamant on the stand. He was like, you meet lethal force with lethal force. Like, I don't care nothing about nothing what you talking about. No, I'm not bear hugging her. Now, I get that. Like, I don't think he had no reason to be trying to bear hug her. Like, that sounded stupid. I'm not bear hugging nobody that I think did the click. And I would like to know some of my remaining questions. One, I think somebody put in the chat, was that her service weapon? Two, was there a malfunction with the gun? It doesn't sound like it was a malfunction. It just sounds like she didn't have one in the chamber. I don't know enough about weapons to know how they cycle and all the slides and, you know, the cocking it. You know, he said you got to cock it. And I was like, ooh, cock it. Got cock it. Cock. I don't know. My mind is such a gutter brain. I'm like, cock. I don't know if I'm going to use cock it. But I guess you got to cock it. So she had to cock it. All right. Two things can be true. Absolutely. So much misinformation. Yeah, it is a lot of misinformation, because I think people started taking sides, and I think more or less because it's a young mom, first child. She got this doofus, it sounds like, of a boyfriend. I don't know what happened at this Jack and Jill party, dang it. But whatever happened, he decided that he wanted to take her first child from her. And I think a lot of moms and just a lot of people in general, parents, may sympathize with that. And that's why I said sometimes I may be getting my emotions kind of mixed up in this. You say your calves button stuck. I feel bad for Kelsey because she Probably felt like everyone was against her. Justin was hanging out with her female friends, ignoring her, and he easily gets a restraining and custody order. Yeah, see, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know the basis behind that. Like, I really want to go to their custody here, and I wonder if they want friends to come near. Okay, I will. Let me get it up here for you. Yeah, because I don't understand that. Let me get it up here. Yeah, it's just like so. And what he testified to, guys, it didn't help me. It didn't help me at all. I guess that's more for the custody part of it, right? Because we gotta separate the custody part from what we actually hear on. Like, even if it was not served correctly, even if they were not supposed to have a warrant to come take the baby, that's still not the point right now, right? That's not why we at trial technically, but I do think, okay, so here's the timeline again. So we got Kelsey begins her relationship with Justin. She graduated from the police academy May 2024. She slid in his DMs, said, "Boo, I want to be with you. I want to meet you." Then they must have got pregnant. Her and Officer Nunan, August of 2024. That's when they responded to that incident. Had her baby in February. I don't know what this. Okay, so May of 2025, Justin is drunk and falls in the shower. 5:15. More Justin smoke. I don't know even what this weed stuff is about. Who cares? Okay. In May, he falls in the shower. I guess my question is like, are we bringing this up in like hindsight 2020 when we looking at him? Because she was still willing to marry him at this point in time. Can we agree upon that? So regardless if he was smoking weed or being medicated or being drunk and falling in the shower, she was still about to marry him. So so they got into a fight while in Maine on their joint Jack and Jill bachelor or bachelorette party. Now, this is all like in really rapid succession, if you would ask me, because like clearly from the time that she had the baby till whatever happened at this Jack and Jill party, I don't know if she had any postpartum depression mentioned in this portion from February, from when she had the baby to June, or is it that whatever they got into it about at the Jack and Jill party caused her to have issues? So he moves out of the house that they share together. And then he immediately goes down there and he's granted an ex parte abuse prevention order. So my question is, do y'all think, and I don't know what happened at this Jack and Jill party. Kelsey, I need somebody to tell me, and they would not let him tell us. Can somebody tell me what happened at the Jack and Jill party? Where's my Inspector Gadgets? Because whatever happened at this Jack and Jill party, I don't know if it put her into a depression. Like I didn't hear a report saying that she didn't want to be with him no more because something happened. He did something there. And then I didn't hear reports that she attacked him. So I guess my thing is that regardless of what we may think, how strong some women are or men are, is this the case where something happened? He broke up with her, moved out of the house. She still wanted to be with him. They had just had a baby, and she was on a thing like she went into depression between the 27th and the 30th. Like, I am going to, because I heard reports that she was telling people that she was going to unalive herself and the baby. Has anybody else heard those reports? I mean, I just be hearing stuff all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting all the stuff mixed up. That's what I could tell you. Like, I'm just getting everything mixed up. So I'm trying to just go based off of what we hearing in court for the most part, because I didn't have any background in this case. So I'll be completely honest. Like, I don't know nothing about the case until we actually got into court. I mean, I see a lot of people post different stuff, but I wasn't reading any of the stuff really because I didn't really know if we were I didn't know when it was going to trial or if it was going to trial. Does it make sense? Okay, so therapist says Justin, the baby daddy, claimed that Kelsey became intoxicated and physically violent during the celebration. He alleged she struck him multiple times and made threatening statements towards him and their infant. Okay. And that's how he was able to get the ex parte? Wow. Oh, she said where tensions continue to escalate. So let me ask you, and this is for all my people out there, if this was all based off of his word and was alcohol involved. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't have did any follow-up, but would the appropriate action be to do an ex parte and remove the baby from her custody at that point in time? Or do we leave the baby there and then kind of investigate? I'm just asking what your thoughts would be. Would you rather? And I wonder if that's why they did that. I think that they should have family services come out there, but that's just me. And kind of do an investigation. Oh, I'm looking at my little robot. It's up here mopping the floor. And I'm like, is it even spraying anything? Or it's just going around here just pretending to be mopping? You fake mopper. I'm yelling at the robot mop. It's a fake mopper. No, it's actually spraying. It needs to mop the floors. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. I guess it's a good thing that the judge actually doing this because he'll be able to decipher through this. Yeah, because I can see that happening if he calling off the wedding or hurt her feelings drunky. I can see that. And sometimes we just say stuff just to be saying stuff. Maybe she was just saying something to be saying something with no intentions. You know, I'm pretty sure she was not a Casey with 2 E's just saying stuff. It does not look like they have started. I am looking in on a Casey with 2 E's case. I don't know when jury coming back. Therapist says that Justin is on you on. That's what her text messages sound like. Like she cannot understand how her relationship turned on a dime. Yeah, that's what I said. Like they had to be at the point where they didn't pay 80% for this wedding, and if they going to Maine for Jack and Jill parties, I'm pretty sure this wedding wasn't cheap. So something had to be very, very egregious for them to decide that fuck, we ain't doing it. Because we would just have to get married because it's too much money on the line, boo. And I can't get a refund. So you're gonna have to marry me, and when we have to figure out a divorce, like I don't know. We're gonna have to figure out how to try to make this work. The conflict reportedly caused the evening to end abruptly with the couple returning home. Okay, I read that already. Sorry. I'm reading stuff over again. So we'll get some text messages, you think, Drunky? The state will probably bring in some text. No, they wouldn't, right? No, because that don't have nothing to do with this case. Okay. No, because I guess they don't have to bring in none of that stuff. Interesting. Maybe the defense will bring some of that in so they can show her state of mind and why she had been even explaining to Justin at points in times via text message or however that she wanted to unalive herself. Maybe that'll come in from the defense so they can kind of show, hey, look, her mental health is actually explained. It's in this affidavit when he wanted to take custody. So the officer should have knew that they already were talking about they may have to do a section. So maybe it'll come in that part. You say Justin is very unlikable. Very. I wonder if she thought he was being flirty with the bridesmaid. And yes, y'all so funny. In California, ex parte defendants aren't even notified about the hearing until after it's decided. And maybe that's the same thing. It sounds like here in where they at. I wonder if that's how they do it. Yeah, I think so. It sounds like that. It sounds like it says right here on our thing. Justin was granted ex parte 209A abuse and prevention order of full custody of baby C. Now, I only say that because when the officers came out to her house, they was like, look, you go to court in 14 days and y'all can figure it out when you go to court in 14 days. They wasn't trying to address any of that stuff right then. They say in 14 days. And I don't think she knew that was coming. But I do recall Justin when he was testifying, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm missing stuff. I do recall Justin testifying saying that she was trying to meet him at a park. And when Kelsey was coming back, was she coming back from trying to meet him? And did she know that this was happening and she was trying to diffuse the situation or calm it down? Did y'all hear that testimony or was it just me? Maybe I need to replay his testimony. He wasn't up there long. I don't know. He was really, really short too. I really thought that we were going to ask him more questions, but I guess he was, I guess he really don't have much to offer on that part of it. So I don't know if she knew or not. Oh, so the judge, okay, last week. So the text messages could admit it. Who was trying to get the text messages in? The defense or the prosecution team, SD? I mean, not SD, just Shamrock. Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't think anything is going on with that one just yet. In regards to the Lisa case. I mean, not the Lisa, Megan with 2 G's. I don't think they even in the court. They haven't started the feed or anything for that. Hawaii won't start until this afternoon if they do start. So that's if they do start. I don't know. I see a live feed schedule. What I will say is, but they got a live feed schedule for Megan with 2G's case for day 9, and they have not brought up the feed yet. So I'm not sure if we have one or not. That's why I didn't open up the room for that one. I mean, I haven't not because I haven't opened up the room. I have not even put a thumbnail. I have not even put a stream on there. So this is what I want to do. And he pretty young. He not that old. I know that everybody say that he unlikable, but he's not even that old. Like he only 30 something. They're like young. Did I find him credible? The boyfriend? Shit, I don't know, but it was funny that he ran out of there when them gunfights. When he heard them gunshots, boy, we didn't even hear him through the camera, but boy, he was just like a scary movie. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I find him credible. We got about 20 minutes left in our lunch break. I'm gonna play his testimony. I'm gonna play it at a different rate of speed though, but I'm gonna replay his testimony for us. Cause I would like to know. I still don't know if she knew before, or do y'all know? Do y'all know in the chat? Real Happy, are you talking about the Hawaii case? I can't remember. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna wait till I see this. I'm gonna wait till I see this part of it, and then I'll tell you if I think he's credible or not. Cause I don't know. I don't know what I think about him. I can't remember.
Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Alain, Justin, last name Aylan.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32.
And what town do you live in?
Still, Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's still Bolton and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We'd give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills, and we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, I shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp. In Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay, how long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go to Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the I believe winter of 2019.
So then did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs for to become a firefighter.
Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT? How does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. She was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024. And at that point, we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
So were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay. And when was a boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay? Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillips Brook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, the guns or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain, I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
Any further questions on relevance grounds to whether?
Okay, so y'all let me know. Is he testifying to what happened on the 30th? Because I know that so he's talking about on the 30th when he got this ex parte granted, or did him and her have text messages that he found disturbing and he went to go get an ex parte with those text messages? Like, did he show these text messages that were possibly disturbing to the judge and the court, and that's why they did the ex parte? And how things kind of fell in place, or what are we doing here? So it sounds like this is all happening on the 30th, and I wish they would have let him get into what happened, but they didn't.
I'm just gonna take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms.
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in a green chest directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay, so if you walk into your home through the door,
Yes,
front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, are almost right in front of you?
correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black. Okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay. It's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay. What kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there first.
And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you are described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
So are we not talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay,
Have a second.
sure.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
See that screen?
I do, yes.
Recognize what that is.
Yes.
So describe where the picture taker would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the 2 rooms.
Okay, and that's the one on the left that we had been describing,
Yes.
correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked.
The one on the left, reading the green one on the left?
Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left. In the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was 2, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me. I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing, going up to the second floor on the right side. That's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them.
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize that room, first of all?
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green safe is the box in the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, And you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being unlocked?
That box was not there, sir.
Now I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.? My initial response back to that was, for what? She then, again, tried to get me to reason with me, to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points. And I told her that I was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay. And I feared that his life was in danger.
Okay, so she was trying to meet with him and at the Common, whatever that is. I don't know. The Commonwealth, I don't know. I don't know. The courthouse, I don't know. But he said he was scared to meet with her, that he was afraid for his life. So let me ask y'all, if these text messages come in, and there are text messages in regards to her saying that she want to unalive him and unalive the baby, does that change your mind about what he did, what drastic measures he took to make sure his baby was okay? I'm just asking for a friend. Well, I think that he walked up in her house like that because of the officers were there. So I got two things to say about the house. The first thing is that they had just got into it on the 27th and the 28th. We are talking about this all happened on the 30th. He technically still stays there, okay? He may have spent the night with his parents or something, but right now, like, if he wanted to come in that house without her permission and had keys to the house, he actually can go in that house. You know, you have to evict somebody, especially if they have mail coming there or their clothes are there. You actually have to evict somebody. Like, you can, it's like, so he technically does still live there. Now, she may not want him there. Now, that may be something totally different. And anybody that know that when they're in a relationship, even as boyfriend or girlfriend, it don't even have to be boyfriend or girlfriend. If I have my friends staying here, they have their mail coming to this house, they have their clothes here. If the police came to the house, they'd be like, they don't have to leave. Like, you have to file an eviction. You have to file papers to make that person leave. So I don't know about that. It does here, Susie. I don't know. I don't know. I've been a landlord, and you have to evict them. I cannot tell when he was my boyfriend, I cannot tell my now husband when he was my boyfriend, if his mail is coming to my house and he stays here, that I'm kicking him out. The police will come here and tell me I'm dead ass wrong. I promise you. Would you say, pretty? You got a friend that's going through that right now. It is you. That's why you better be careful what you letting in. I just seen on the news there was a squatter in a house, y'all, and the squatter was in the house, and I guess the people that own the house, or however it went, they came to the house and they noticed this squatter. They had to evict the squatter, and they ain't even know the squatter. So says LE can accompany a victim to get their stuff, but that wasn't that, in my opinion. Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that's the reason why he came to the house. And I think, honestly, just from the way he scrambled out of there, like, I think he thought she was coming to get him. But yeah. You said it's like that in Illinois for sure. Yeah, you can't just kick people out of the house, baby. That's why you got to be careful who you let mail come to your house. Because they be like, Said my bio dad moved into my grandma's house, his mom, to help her when her head was there, and she couldn't kick him out. Had to evict him. Yeah, they make you a victim, right? So I mean, technically, he still had. I mean, technically, he had as much right to the house, you know, kind of, sort of, that she had at that point in time. So I mean, we only talk about 2 days, y'all. Now, I do think that they were being a little drastic with all the stuff that they were doing in these 2 days. That's why I said, I don't know what happened at this Jack and Jill party to make this go like this so bad, so fast. Because they were moving very fast with the things that they were doing. But I do want to honestly ask you guys, so if the text messages come in, because I think a lot of people dislike him because they feel that he presented some wrong or misleading information to get this ex parte, right? I think that's where people are like gathering that information originally. Now, I know he did some grimy stuff afterwards. I did hear about, you know, him trying to change the beneficiary. Now, why they not pressing charges against him, I have no clue. But I did realize, you know, afterwards he was doing some grimy stuff. So I guess, you know, looking at him now may be a little bit different. But when we thinking about just the ex parte, if they show text messages that say on July 29th, June 29th or June 28th, after they had this terrible breakup. Remember, she's about to be a bride. She is happy. They just had a baby. Something happens at this party that totally devastates their relationship. And she says, you know, I'm just going to end it all. Me and my baby's life. And he has those text messages. Did he not take the right action to go get his son? How should he proceed it, Susie? Because I think that going to get the ex parte, if he thought his son was in danger and he kept trying to get her to let him see him or something, at least if we going by what he's saying. Only because I know some women, or, you know, some people, when they get in relationships, sometimes they can truly devastate you. And I'm not saying that she was about to commit unalive herself, but I think that some people be saying things that to get a reaction out of other people. And I only say that because I don't know if y'all follow, there is this couple, and they well known, is Haley Bailey. I want to say she played in Little Mermaid, I believe, and her baby daddy DG, and they had this whole out and about custody and stuff like that. And she would always like text him talking about how she was gonna commit suicide and all of these things, like very, very self-harm and stuff. We're in unaliving herself. And you know, he went and got a he filed for some custody stuff too, you know, to protect the kid, because they, you know, I guess they don't know what harm the kid is gonna be. She said he must have had visitation, so why not do all of this when the baby's safe with him? I don't think he had visitation. So, because remember, we talking about days. They were just getting married. They were still planning on getting married June the 27th. This incident happened on June 30th. Something happened at this Jack and Jill party to turn everything upside down. Hey, lady, she said yes, if that's what she actually says. See, that's what I'm saying. These text messages gonna tell a lot. Now, I ain't saying he not a dweeb. He seemed like he might be a dweeb or a douchebag, whatever. But I just want to make sure that when we talk about, like, we don't like him, like, we not liking him for the reasons that the appropriate reason. Because I do think he was probably a mess afterwards. It sounds like a royal mess. You said evicting, yeah. Yeah, well, it ain't hard here in Arizona. That's what I can tell you, baby. Sweetie, that's true. I know a girl that would threaten every time a guy tried to break up with her. Yeah, see, I'm just wondering what is all of this about? Because I can imagine just being a girl, just had a baby, thinking I'm about to get married. We in this house. I can't really afford it by myself because I think they said something about she couldn't afford it by herself. I don't know how that worked, but that's what they said. It sounded like she owned the house before him, so I don't know what that was about, but I don't know. Maybe with the baby, it may change how her finance went. But I could see. I mean, when people in relationships, when they get emotional, they do any, depending on where you at, you may do anything. Like, look, I am so devastated. You may not mean it, like it can all be tongue in cheek, but you can't tell how the other person is going to proceed that. You can't tell another person how to react to something that you throw out there. You get some people that be like, okay. As the Jack and Jill party is the bachelor and bachelorette party together. So they were very close to, getting married, because you typically have that like maybe a week or two before you get married, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just say I think he was overstepping by going in the house. Well, see, I'm like twofold with that, right? Okay, he has stuff in the house. Y'all just seen the photos where his clothes are still in the house. He still has items in the house, right? The only way he's going to be able to retrieve his items is when police officers are there. That's clear, because he's saying he's scared of her. So he's not coming there without no police officer. Now, I do think that this was the wrong time, but that was going to be the only way he was going to get his stuff out of that house either way, because either he was truly scared of her or she wasn't going to let him come in there and get it. He said Saul said Jack and Jill is a wedding shower. Yeah, see, I seen bachelor and bachelorette party for that one. So I guess it can be different things. You would think the prosecutor would bring in her past at some point. Yeah, well, maybe they will. I think we're still in their part of the case. Hey, Claire, I was looking for you earlier. I think I put you in the chat. I said, where is Claire today? Wait a minute, it sounds like they work back. Yeah, this case must have me hot. I done talked almost a whole damn hour about goddamn Kelsey and Loverboy up here. I'm gonna call him Loverboy. I'm like a Loverboy. Kelsey and Justin. I don't know. So that would be interesting to know. Like, I don't know. And there's so many pieces and dynamics to this case, but I was just curious on why everybody was like, Justin is such a douchebag. Like, he is so unlikable. I know that he did some unlikable things afterwards. Like, that shit sounds terrible. Like, terrible. I don't know about all that changing stuff in regards to, looking on her laptop, stealing her laptop, changing beneficiaries on life insurance policy. I don't know what that shit about. That sounds foul. All right, but they back in court, so I'm gonna take us back in so we can continue our live coverage. I will I'll continue to check on Megan with 2 G's to see if they ever come back with a verdict. I will continue to keep my eye on if the Hawaii trial will start, and we'll kind of determine where we're at in this case to determine how soon we move over to the Hawaii case. Worst case scenario, if we start the Hawaii case later, not much later, but this court should be done. It is going to be 2:00. So I would think that they would have no more than maybe 3 hours left for testimony. Worst case scenario, if it puts us in our Hawaii case late, we will be able to speed past the breaks, right? And we'll also be able to play it on 1.25 speed because I'm pretty sure it's going to be some downtime. But I do want to get in there as soon as possible because we know the victim is supposed to testify today. I don't know if she's going to be the first one up, second one up, but I need to have all eyes and ears on this and see what she says happen. Okay. All right. Let's get in here.
37 CR 311, all counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, and I think we left off during cross.
Yes. May I resume, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Lieutenant Detective Bonosauro, you have a copy of your report, right?
I do.
Okay. And there's other documents too. You have worksheets and other items, correct?
Correct.
So if you need anything, just let me know and we can share anything you need, okay?
Okay.
What is meant by chain of custody of an item?
Who has actual custody of that particular piece of evidence? It's moved from one location to another or one person to another.
So as a piece of evidence kind of goes through the investigative process, sometimes it can be important to make sure you know who had it, where did it go, as it goes through, right?
Correct.
And in this case, it's fair to say that you don't have personal knowledge of a lot of the chain of custody here.
I have personal knowledge of who I received the firearms from.
Right, okay. And we'll go through that. And I'm not questioning, in terms of chain of custody, you and the state police going forward from when you left the crime scene. I want to ask you some questions about chain of custody at the scene, okay? Who did you get, and again, you can refer to your report here. Item 1-1 is a Glock 47, and we'll just use the last three numbers of the serial number, 269. Who did you get that from?
What was the item number again?
1-1, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yep. And the last three digits of the serial number are 269.
Thank you.
And so that gun, and again, you can look on your papers, anything you want. Do you know who you got that from?
If I could see my notes, the worksheet
Sure.
notes
Yep.
from the crime scene.
Sure.
Yep.
Let me see if I got this right. These would be the notes, right? And this is just another copy of that report.
Yes.
So 1-1, take all the time you need. Who did you get that from?
It was received from Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Okay, and who's he?
He works for North Andover.
All right. And do you know whose gun that is identified to from the incident?
Based on the serial number, I was told it was Officer Nunan's weapon.
Okay. And are there some notes in that packet you have there from you that indicate that Chief Gray had that gun for a while?
Yes.
And what are the indications that, how did Chief Gray come to get Nunan's gun?
I was told that he had custody of the weapon and he unloaded the weapon at some point, and he put the live cartridge that was in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay, so Chief Gray is manipulating Nunan's firearm. And I mean the word manipulating in the physical sense.
Yes, this is what I was told.
And then it goes to who? Lieutenant Reardon, was it?
Detective Lieutenant Michael Davis.
Davis, sorry. And then Davis gives it to you?
Yes.
And that's just what you have documented, right? You don't have any knowledge of any other people having it, right?
Correct.
Presumably Nunan had it since it was his firearm at some point.
Presumably.
And, all right, so that's 1-1. And item 1-2 is a box magazine from item 1-1, correct?
Yes.
And it's got 16 cartridges in it, and the capacity is 17, right?
Yes.
And so you say right in your report, from item 1-1, so it's the magazine from Nunan's gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then 1-3 is a little different, isn't it?
Yes.
You write there, one removable box magazine from, but then you didn't fill in who it's from, right?
Yes, that was an error on the administrative portion of the report.
Okay. And just so we're clear, this is your report.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So it was never noted where the 1-3 is from, correct? In terms of the gun.
It was noted that it was received from Officer Michael Logan, 1-3.
So he's the chain of custody guy, but unlike 1-1 and 1-2, where you match them up, that the magazine is from 1-1, here, it doesn't say where that magazine is from, right?
Well, these were recovered at a later time.
Mhm.
I was initially given the firearm with the magazine, and then later on, these additional magazines that were recovered from, I believe, the either the duty belt or vest carrier, whatever the officer had.
And you know, I'm just asking you about what it says. I'm not trying to suggest there's fault. And I just want to go through it with you in terms of what's identified and what's known to be from somewhere and what's not. Okay? So I'm not trying to find fault. I just want to factually have us go through the report. So we don't know where 1-3, the box magazine, is from, what device it's from, right?
I was told it was from either the vest carrier or the duty belt of Officer Nunan.
But that's not in the report, is it?
It is not.
And then same with 1-4, one removable box style magazine from, and then from is not identified, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's the same thing. You got a magazine, and that's from Officer Logan as well. The chain of custody reference is from Logan, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it's not identified in the document where it comes from. Yes?
Correct. Correct.
Then 1-5 is another Glock 47. So it's just to cut to the chase. All three guns you have are Glock 47s, right?
Yes.
And that's a semi-automatic firearm that was, to your understanding, issued to the North Andover Police.
Yes.
And each one obviously has its own serial number,
Correct.
but otherwise they look the same.
Yes.
Going to 1-7, you have two removable box style magazines that you received, and the chain of custody guy is Michael Logan, but it doesn't say what firearm they were in the vicinity of or near, correct?
So as I entered the evidence, it was associated with the firearm. So as I went to the next firearm, whatever is below that firearm is associated with that firearm. So all evidence below it will be associated with the firearm until I mention another firearm.
Okay, so that's your procedure, right?
Yes.
Well, it's fair to say, though, that sometimes you do say what it's from and sometimes you omit it, right?
Yes.
And that's by mistake, right?
Yes.
And then you have 1-9, which is another Glock 47. Last three serial number is 315, right?
Correct.
And that is associated with who?
Is Officer Kelsey
Miss Officer Fitzsimmons?
Fitzsimmons? Yes.
And then you have a box magazine 1-10, right?
Correct.
And you do write from that item in this particular instance, from
Correct.
1-9, from Miss Fitzsimmons' firearm, right?
Yes.
And then you do 2 removable box style magazines from a vest carrier on the first floor.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that after item 1.8 from Michael Logan, that's the last reference to the chain of custody person you received items from, right?
Correct.
So from 1-9 to 115, you don't reference who you got the items from, right?
Well, I physically recovered that evidence.
Okay, so you had it
Yes.
from the scene, like from the floor or the bed or wherever?
Correct.
Okay. So these are things that you recovered?
Yes.
Okay. Then we get to some discharge cartridges and a live cartridge, 1-12, 13, and 14, right?
Correct.
And they're all, as we went over, they're all head stamped the same, right?
Yes.
And then you have 115, the last item, is a spent projectile. So like a bullet, a spent bullet from above the air conditioner.
Correct.
And you recovered that yourself.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the live cartridge, the discharge cartridge at 113 and the discharge cartridge at 114, it's fair to say that you applied science. I'm going to just keep it vague for a second. That you applied some science to the 2 discharge cartridge casings, right?
I was looking for agreement of individual markings. Yes.
Right. So you used some science.
Yes.
Just to start real basic here. And you were able to identify those 2 discharge casings to item 1-1, right?
Correct.
And 1-1, you know to be Nunan's Glock, right?
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say that with respect to the live round recovered from the hallway safe, it's fair to say that you didn't apply any science to that item, correct?
Correct.
So there's no science, unlike the other 2, unlike the discharge casing in 114, the discharge casing in 113. Unlike those, the live cartridge, there's no scientific basis for you to say what gun that came from, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there were, and again, I'm not trying to find fault. Nobody asked you to apply any science to that item, right?
Correct.
So there were some various scientific methods that you could use to determine where that came from, right?
There would be some markings if it was actually cycles with that weapon.
Right. One step ahead of me. That's my next question. If that was cycled through a weapon, you would have what, breach face markings?
No, you would have what's called extractor markings, possibly ejector markings, as well as you may have magazine marks.
Okay. And just to kind of bottom line it, that means that if someone had, if that cartridge was in the chamber of Ms. Fitzsimmons' weapon, and it was made safe by cycling it out, right?
Correct.
Breach face markings or ejector markings or extractor markings would be deposited on that cartridge, right?
Possibly, but not breach face. Breach face markings is part of the firing process.
Okay, so what processes were available to figure that out?
So you could have the extractor mark, which is holding that live cartridge in place. You'd have a magazine mark that came from the magazine, if it was loaded in the magazine, and you'd have possibly an ejector mark. But a lot of times these cycling marks don't show up due to the fact that there isn't an explosion that happened. So it's not a exact way of looking at these markings. So you're looking at a piece of ammunition that could have been cycled, but there's no definitive amount of markings there to determine that, unless there was some type of defect or whatnot.
And to figure that out, you got to look at it.
Correct.
And that didn't happen here, right?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. Read you back? Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you. And come up and call your next witness.
Timothy Houston.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Watch your step right there. If you could try to speak up nice and loud, right directly into this microphone so the judge can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Officer Timothy Houston, TIMOTHYHOUSTON.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
Patrol officer with North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 5 years. Okay.
Sir, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in North Andover.
Did you go through the North Andover school system?
Up until high school.
And where'd you go?
I went to Central Catholic.
After Central Catholic, what did you do?
I went to Norwich University and got a bachelor's in criminal justice.
After you graduated there, what did you do?
I went to the Army. I was in the Army for 4.5 years, reached the rank of sergeant, and then came home, joined the North Andover Police Department.
And so when was that you joined the PD?
Started the academy in November of 2020.
And your rank now, you're patrol officer?
Patrol officer.
Can you tell us a little bit about your duties as a patrol officer?
I worked a 4 to 12 shift. I started on midnights. I've been on 4 to 12. I think it's my third year. It's basically if you're not answering calls, you're on the road, watching traffic, things of that nature.
I'm going to jump back for a second and just talk about your military service. You were in the Army, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do there?
I was a cavalry scout.
And what did that entail?
I mean, I had different positions. The job itself, you mainly focus on reconnaissance. And while I was there, I started as a dismount. Then I moved up to a gunner, and then I was a dismount team leader, and then I was a gunner for the lieutenants in the platoon. That's pretty much it.
Where were you stationed?
I was at Fort Lewis, Washington.
Now we're going to jump back to the PD, okay? Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We worked together briefly. I mean, she was in the academy. I can't remember how long she was out of the academy, but she was FTOing for a while, and she was FTOing on my shift. And then she finished FTO, and she worked on our shift for a brief period of time.
Okay. FTO, what do you mean by that?
So she was under a field training officer. So she was riding around with somebody while she got used to the job, learned.
Did she ever ride around with you?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did you know her socially at all?
Yeah. I was invited to her wedding. We kept in touch when she went on leave. Tried to keep her in the loop. Spoke with her, kind of, trying to get everybody together before her wedding. Her wedding was a decent amount of time away, and while she was out of work, we obviously didn't see her as much. So we had been working on planning something with some of the guys from work, people bringing their spouses, their dogs, and trying to figure out something, but it never happened.
Okay. Did you know her fiance?
I met him at the engagement party. Other than that, I'd see him, on calls if we had the FD, but I don't know him that well.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. We were working that day.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you get in touch by Lieutenant Daly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the nature of that communication?
He called me and said, Justin filed an RO against Kelsey. He wanted me and Officer Nunan to go to the house and serve the RO, which required Justin picking up their baby and confiscating our firearms.
Okay. How did he get in touch with you? Do you remember?
By cell phone.
Okay. Did he ask you to do anything in particular about Officer Nunan?
Initially, he told me to drive past Kelsey's house and see if she was home.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
And you knew where she lived?
Yes.
Did she park in a particular place usually?
So normally, yes, she would park in front of her house if she was home. I found her car 50 to 100 yards down the road, kind of in the school lot, kind of tucked away.
Okay. Did you relay that information to Lieutenant Daly at that point?
I did.
Okay. And at the point that you saw her car, had you already talked to Officer Nunan?
After I called Lieutenant Daly and told him about her car being out of, and it parked in a strange way, I called Officer Nunan.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I said, hey, what's going on? He hadn't talked to Lieutenant Daly yet, so he had no idea what was going on. So I told him to meet me in the parking lot, and I'd go over it with him.
And did he do that?
He did.
Did he get there before Lieutenant Daly did, if you remember?
Yes, he did.
Did you inform him of what was going on?
I did.
At some point, did Lieutenant Daly also meet up with you in that particular spot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk about a plan as to how you were going to handle serving the order?
I mean, my only memory is what I updated Officer Nunan with, just the circumstances why we're going there and concerns that we had, but I don't remember what the exact plan was. I think it was assumed that Lieutenant Daly would do most of the talking.
Okay. And you said your concerns. What were your concerns?
We were aware that she had been sectioned before, so, I mean, obviously it's a tough position for her, finding out, there's an order in place, we're taking her firearms, we gotta take the baby, give him to Justin, so we thought.
Okay. Now we have a little clarity. I'm stopping it right here because she has been sectioned before this incident, guys. We just heard it that she was sectioned before, and they saying so they knew that she had been sectioned. I'm writing my notes down because I want to make sure that we getting these facts straight because it seemed like we be all over the place. So she was sectioned before this incident. Okay, let's go.
With her past being sectioned, she might not take that news very well, and we weren't sure what was going to happen.
Okay. Had you served restraining orders yourself before?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you go over to 125 Phillips Brook Road?
Yes, we did.
And the three of you?
Yes.
Did you go in together?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what happened as you approached the house? And take us from there.
So we parked off to the side of the house, out of view of the house itself. We walked around, knocked on the front door or the side porch door, whatever.
Had you ever been in that home before?
I don't think I'd ever been in the home, no.
When you knocked or rang, I'm sorry, I forget what you said.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did someone answer?
Yes, Kelsey answered.
Okay. Did she have the baby with her?
She did.
Okay. So what happened then?
She wasn't sure why we were there. Lieutenant Daly kind of had the paperwork in his hand. She invited us in, and Lieutenant Daly just started explaining why we were there and what was going on.
Okay. Where in the house did you go?
So we went into the living room.
Okay. Did you remain standing? Was she seated? What happened with the baby? Can you describe what happened there?
So Lieutenant Daly asked her to take a seat on one of the couches, had her put the baby in like a rocker on the floor, and I stood kind of away from them by another couch.
Okay. Could you hear what they were saying?
Yeah, I couldn't remember exactly what was said, but
what was the gist?
Justin filed this order. She was shocked by it. Lieutenant Daly was doing his best to, mediate and tell her, this is what has to happen now, but you're going to have your day in court. Like nothing's, we're going to figure this out.
Did you look around the living room at all?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice something?
Yes. So on the couch I was near, there was clothes everywhere, and I could see a handgun case sticking out. And before that, Lieutenant Daly had asked Kelsey where her firearms were. She said they're in the basement. And while they were having that discussion, I saw the handgun case, picked it up, opened it. It was empty, and Kelsey reassured me that they were in the basement.
Okay. So that was the second time she said they were in the basement.
Yes.
How soon after you got in there was that question asked about where the guns were, if you remember?
Almost immediately.
Okay. That was one of the first questions?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened next?
We told her that, or Lieutenant Daly told her that Justin's going to come and pick up the baby. So she said, how long is he going to have him? I need to pack for him. So me and Lieutenant Daly began following Kelsey as she packed for the baby.
Okay. And did she do anything with the baby when you guys were following her around, if you remember?
I believe at that time, Officer Nunan was holding the baby.
Now, you said you were following around the house,
That's correct.
was it? Why was that?
It was still, we were still a little bit on edge. She had to go to the kitchen. I remember when me and Lieutenant Daly followed her in the kitchen, I was concerned because there was butcher knives all along the kitchen. That was just something that stood out to me.
Okay. Was it your intention for you or another officer to be with her the entire time?
That's correct.
Is that standard practice when you're have similar concerns?
Correct.
After you went into the kitchen, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went upstairs. Me, Kelsey, Lieutenant Daly, briefly came back downstairs, and then we went into the other side room. I think it's like an exercise room.
At any point, if you remember, did the defendant make a call?
Yes, at some point she called her mother.
So after you came downstairs, at some point, did you take possession of the baby?
That's correct.
What happened while you were holding the baby? Anything?
Yeah, so I took the baby from Officer Nunan, which Kelsey asked me to do, which I did. Kelsey told me, why don't you take him for a walk? He likes to look at the cars. I told her, I said I'd take the baby, but I wasn't going to leave. So I took the baby out on the porch, and the baby was crying, so I was doing my best with the baby. And at that point, her mom showed up.
Through that same door you guys had come in?
Correct.
And so what did you do when she came?
I peeked in. I told Lieutenant Daly, like, the mom's here. Why don't we give her the baby? And we invited the mom in.
After the mom came in and you handed the baby to her, did you stay in the immediate area or did you go somewhere?
So once the mom came in, she was pretty upset with us, but Lieutenant Daly explained the situation to her. So at that point, me and Officer Nunan followed Kelsey upstairs so she could pack more things.
Describe upstairs, if you would.
There's a landing. It's a T hallway.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, there's a landing, and there's a room off to the left and a room off to the right.
And could you describe the room off to the left?
It's got I believe it's the baby's room, has a crib in it.
And how about the room to the right?
That would be Kelsey's bedroom.
Now, you said you followed her up there. Did she go in any one particular room?
She moved between both the rooms.
While you were up there?
Correct.
And what was she doing?
She was packing. At some point, she mentioned that Justin doesn't have a car seat. So she handed me a car seat. I was holding it, started putting more and more stuff in there. And at some point I put it down.
Why'd you put it down?
I didn't want to have my hands tied up.
And did that continue for some bit?
Briefly, at some point, she heard a female's voice downstairs, and she made a comment to me. She said, "Who's downstairs, my baby?" I said, "I believe it's your mom. I mean, we were just there." And she said, "That's not my mom's voice." And I got the sense that she wanted me to go downstairs and check, but I just kind of dismissed it at the time.
And so you stayed up there.
I stayed up
Do you
there.
remember which room that was in when you were having that conversation?
That was right at the landing. So she had moved, I think she had moved back to her bedroom, and as she was coming across, she had mentioned it. And at some point up there, I'd found another handgun case.
Okay. And where was that?
I honestly couldn't tell you which room it was in.
Okay. And did you look into it?
I opened it, and she saw me open it, and she said, "I already told you they're in the basement."
Was there anything in it?
There was nothing in it.
At some point, was your attention drawn downstairs again?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah. So at some point, Justin came. Kelsey heard his voice and she said, I don't want him in the house. And at that point, I thought the only thing that was going to escalate the situation is them two in the house together at the same point. So I wanted to help Kelsey out. So I told her I'd go tell Justin to leave.
Okay. Where were you when this conversation happened?
Between me and Kelsey, we were still upstairs.
Okay. And was Officer Nunan also with you?
Yeah,
So did you go downstairs?
I did.
Okay. Officer Nunan stay up with Kelsey?
Correct.
Where is she at this point, if you remember?
She was either in her room or at the landing, but I couldn't be certain. But when we had that conversation, we were at the landing.
You went downstairs?
Correct.
And what did you do when you went downstairs?
So when I went downstairs, I only saw Lieutenant Daly, the mom, and I told him, Kelsey doesn't want Justin in the house. And he said, all right, Justin's, I don't know if he said he's in the basement or he's coming up from the basement. He said, just go to the basement and tell him just to wait outside.
Okay. So where'd you go?
I walked past Lieutenant Daly and Kelsey's mom through the kitchen where the basement, the top of the stairs is, and I opened that door.
Could you see down?
So it was, the lights were off. I flicked the light to turn the lights on. Lights didn't turn on. So
could you hear anything downstairs?
I couldn't hear anything. And I remember after I flicked the lights on, they didn't go on. And I'm looking at a pitch black basement. I thought there was a chance I misheard Lieutenant Daly. And I just kind of stood there. I was like, I really don't want to walk down there if he's not down there, but I don't know how I was just kind of having like a moment where I wasn't sure whether or not to check with Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did something happen at that point?
Yeah. So at that point, I heard Officer Nunan yell, Kelsey, and then I heard 2 gunshots.
What did you do?
I ran back the way I came. At that point, it was only Kelsey's mom. She was still in the living room. Lieutenant Daly was gone. He'd already gone upstairs, and I started making my way upstairs.
Okay. When you were making your way upstairs, could you see anybody at the top of the landing?
I could see Officer Nunan.
And what happened as you went up?
So, I mean, I knew it was gunshots. I came over the air and I said, start medics. I don't know if that got caught or someone else was calling at the same time, but I had my pistol out and I was going up the stairs. I saw Nunan and I said, like, you get up there? What was that? And I can't remember exactly what he said at that point.
Can you give us the gist of what he said?
At that point, he said, yeah, he looked like he was still in shock. He said, yeah. So I kept moving up towards him. And as I got closer to him, I was like, what just happened? He said, she pulled a gun on me. And we talked about it later, but at that point, that's what he said.
That's fine right there, actually.
Okay.
Just didn't want anything further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
So the exact words he used would be after the FD and we had gone into the other room and spoken. But at that exact moment, that I don't even.
What's the basis?
So I'm not, I guess that it's a vague question because I don't know what he's referring to in terms of what conversation, how long is it after the incident, what's the demeanor, what's the purpose of it being offered for? There's a lot to unpack here.
All right, well, what the answer was didn't include hearsay. It just was that I think it was something to the effect that later on they went in the kitchen, but maybe he and Nunan and had a discussion, something to that effect. But the objection is overruled.
So the fact of the discussion, I don't object to, but just any further, I'm trying to stop it from coming out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would the exact words that he used when you first ran up the stairs, would it help you to remember if you looked at a report?
I know he did say she pointed the gun at me, pulled the trigger, and racked the slide. Whether it was right when I was moving up the stairs or once everything got situated, it was in that time frame, but I can't remember if it was exactly when I got to the top of the stairs or.
Okay,
Motion to strike the testimony.
would looking at a report help you remember that?
Hold on a second, there's an objection. You strike what?
Non-responsive, it's, I don't know what conversation he's talking about. It's hearsay and frankly news to the defense.
Okay, so first things first, on the hearsay issue, Mr. Gubitosi.
I'm trying to establish that it happened seconds after the event.
So for the truth of the matter or state of mind?
Both.
Okay. And so to the extent that you're seeking to offer for the truth of the matter, it's hearsay. And I think, didn't we already litigate the spontaneous utterance?
No, that was a different time frame.
Oh, that was a different, all right. So are you arguing that this should be admitted as a spontaneous utterance?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rest of your objections that is within there, let's just take them a step at a time. Let's get through the spontaneous utterance. So, Mr. Bradel, what do you say on the spontaneous utterance?
So I think there's certainly a lack of foundation, Judge, where there's been two different overlapping statements that are referenced here. I don't know where they're going back to here. It needs to be clarified foundationally what happened before the statement, how long after the shots it was, what were the circumstances of that particular first statement they want to try to reduce.
So
That's what I asked for.
I agree with Mr. Bradel that it's the foundation right now, and it's not the witnesses, it's no, it's fault. The foundation right now, to me, is confusing because he's having trouble remembering which conversation.
And I do understand that. That's why I'm looking to approach with the report.
Okay.
To refresh his memory, yes.
All right, why don't you do that, and we'll take it a step at a time.
Just gonna ask you to look at the timing.
Just so you know, for right now, I'm not going to strike the testimony because it can come in for state of mind. The issue is whether it comes in for the truth.
Thank you.
Does that help you remember the timing of that statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, when did that statement happen?
So that statement happened when I got to the top of the stairs.
Right.
I don't know what statement it is because he's
Sure, I'll ask him.
He's recited two different statements. Again, I'm not casting aspersions, but it was she pulled a gun on me or she pointed a gun, racked trigger, etc. So you can have them clarify.
Sure. What statement did you hear when you ran up the stairs the first time?
So she pointed a gun at me. I'm speaking from Officer Noonan's perspective. Pointed the gun.
I can't hear you.
She pointed the gun at Officer Noonan, pulled the trigger, and then racked the slide.
All right, and there's an objection to that coming in for truth of the matter?
I get you one more.
Sure, take your time.
Judge, there's still a lack of foundation here, Your Honor. Now he's saying something different than what he said 2 answers ago about what the statement was. So this is, in terms of any sort of a reliability preliminary finding of any of this, it's all over the place. He just said something completely different than what he said before.
He's now clarified it, so we're beyond that. And so he's now has identified the statement, identified where it was made, when it was made. There was some mention before about the declarant state of mind. So I guess what I'm politely saying is you need to move beyond that. So now the issue for me is, does that statement come in for the truth of the matter? And
Judge, I think that I'll reiterate my arguments from the earlier discussion about the other excited utterance statement, Your Honor, that this isn't like a domestic violence situation where someone is, you know, a battered woman or something where the time frame is much more flexible. And in this situation, you have an officer-involved shooting that happens. Another fellow investigating officer comes right up there, and there's a huge motive to fabricate immediately, Your Honor, that something happened that covers the officer, covers the shooting officer, versus being under the influence of the event so that you're not fabricating. There's an immediate impulse here that this officer has to cover his future. He has to cover his conduct right away. There doesn't need to be much time to realize that from an officer who jumps the gun, from an officer who panics and shoots someone in the wrong circumstances. That's something that would immediately happen. And particularly where there's no surrounding corroboration, where there's no attempt by the government or no testimony from Nunan that this happened. This is something completely different, that the statement happened, I mean, that this interaction with Houston happened. There's extremely unreliable circumstances. If that really happened, Nunan would have testified to it. If that really happened, the government would have given me discovery on it. If that really happened, it would have been corroborated. So,
All right, so the discovery, the lack of discovery or argument is a different matter. Anything else on, again, on just the Commonwealth's assertion that it qualifies as a spontaneous utterance?
no, Your Honor, just the notion that it's not a domestic violence situation. It's a situation where the motive to fabricate immediately arises. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gubitosi, anything further on that?
This is exactly what the exception is for. It couldn't have been more immediate unless Officer Houston was standing next to Officer Nunan when it happened. He immediately heard the shots, immediately heard the yell, and ran up the flight of stairs that you've seen pictures of, and asked what happened, and got that response. So that's my answer to that. And as far as, I think I have to, since we're on the record, talk about a discovery violation.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's just take it a step at a time. All right, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection, but for reasons different than Mr. Bradel articulated, and essentially for the same reasons that I stated yesterday to Attorney Moriarty, and that is that when I weigh the factors under Baldwin, I come out that it militates towards excluding it for the truth of the matter. It will come in for state of mind. We don't need to get to alleged discovery violations or any other reasons because I've sustained the objection. Unless you want to.
I'd just like to put on the record, it was part of his recorded interview that they've had since the beginning. So.
All right.
Now, sir, after you heard Officer Nunan tell you that she pulled out a pistol, pulled the trigger, and racked around, where did you go?
At that point, I was at the landing. I looked in and I saw Kelsey on the ground and I saw Lieutenant Daly over her.
What was he doing? Anything?
It looked like he was kind of evaluating her. I moved towards them. I asked either Nunan or Lieutenant. I said, "Where's the gun?" I believe I asked Nunan, and he motioned away from Kelsey, so that stopped being my concern. I moved close to Lieutenant Daly just to see what level of consciousness Kelsey was. I could see she was breathing. She was alert. So I told Lieutenant Daly I was going to go get a med bag.
Was she saying anything?
She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
And so where did you go?
I ran down to get the medical bag out of my cruiser.
Did you get it?
I did.
Did you come back?
I did.
And what did you do when you came back?
I threw the medical bag on the bed, and I started taking stuff out. I took out the AED. I took out gauze, wraps, stuff like that. Handed it to Lieutenant Daly.
Excuse me one moment.
Sure.
All right, thank you. All set.
I'm going to jump back just a minute. When you went up the stairs and you saw Officer Nunan, did he have his gun out?
Are we talking about when I came up with the med bag or before that?
First time.
First time, he had it out.
And how was he holding it?
He had it at the low ready, so he had it kind of down towards the ground.
Pointing to the ground?
Yes.
Do you see Kelsey Fitzsimmons in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's wearing like a beige sweater.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
It may.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that Ms. Fitzsimmons initially exhibited a lack of certainty, or that she was unsure why you were there, correct?
Correct.
And how was that manifested?
She just looked surprised. Her eyes were wide. She didn't, I mean, I guess it's the best way I could describe it.
Now, you were with her for a good amount of time during this interaction, right?
Correct.
And it's true that she tried to kind of get you away from her a couple of times?
That's what I believe, yes.
She gave you the baby and said maybe go out on the porch and or take him for a walk?
Correct.
And then she also put some, tried to put some things in your hands and asked you to take him downstairs?
She didn't ask me to take them downstairs. She just put them in my hand.
And where did that occur?
On the landing.
Upstairs?
Upstairs.
And you said that you heard Officer Nunan yell Kelsey,
Correct.
and that's all?
That's all.
One time?
One time.
And how about after after you said Kelsey, how long of a time elapsed until the gunshots?
I couldn't put an exact time. It wasn't instant, but it was relatively quick.
Relatively quick. How about the gunshots themselves? It was 2 gunshots, right?
2 gunshots.
Were they in quick succession?
Relative, yeah, pretty quick.
And you said that Ms. Fitzsimmons said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry."
Correct.
Did she say, "I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself"?
She did not say that.
Just, "I'm sorry"?
I'm sorry. 3 times.
Now, was there a plan before this to section Kelsey?
No.
You mentioned that you had known that she was sectioned before, right?
Correct.
And that was several months prior, wasn't it?
I don't know exactly when it was.
Okay, so it's fair to say that you don't really have any grasp of the details of that incident, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know whether it had anything to do with the police or not, do you?
I know there was police there, but I don't know the circumstances of what happened.
Okay, so you don't know how long it was?
No.
And you don't even know whether she was in fact accepted as a Section 12 commitment, do you?
No idea.
And so do you know the difference between having forms filled out to be looked at under Section 12 versus being accepted and committed under Section 12?
Yeah, so I didn't want to, like I said, I was invited to her wedding. I was friends with Kelsey.
That's not my question.
Okay.
I asked you some stuff about section 12.
I know if you get sectioned, you're gonna be there for probably 72 hours and you can't leave.
And do you have any idea whether that happened in March?
I have no idea.
So it's fair to say that other than kind of the notion floating around in your department that she was sectioned, you really have no information whatsoever about it. Isn't that right?
No, I didn't want to know.
And then you said something about the knives in Miss Fitzsimmons' kitchen.
Correct.
What's the status of the knives in Miss Fitzsimmons' kitchen?
Just at that point, I wasn't sure what was gonna happen, so I didn't want her to reach for a knife. It's nothing against her. It's just it's a lot of information to take in. I didn't know how she was gonna react.
Okay, so was there something strange about the knives that were in her kitchen?
No, it's just a weapon in the kitchen.
So when you're serving one of these things, anything can be a weapon, right? Any normal household product item can be a weapon, right?
I wouldn't say anything.
A lot of things. How about that?
Yeah, let's go with that.
And in this case, there were knives in her kitchen. Is there anything more to it than that?
No, that's it.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. And any redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. A
Okay.
lot of things could be weapons, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you don't leave someone alone, right? That's why you keep eyes on them the whole time.
Correct.
That's why you use a term in their pocket while they're walking around, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Nothing further.
Okay, all right, you may step down. And Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Step up right here. Try to keep your voice up nice and loud. Speak directly into this thing. Pull your chair out. So the judge can hear you.
How are you?
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, thank you. All
Fine.
set.
Could you please state your name, spell your first name and your last name?
Yes, my name is Michelle Mitchell. Michelle is Michelle. Last name Mitchell, Mittchell.
And what town do you live in?
I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a correctional officer.
I didn't hear that.
I'm a correctional officer.
Oh, correction.
And how long have you been doing that?
8 years.
In Middleton?
Yes,
Do you know Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do.
How do you know her?
We were coworkers and we eventually became friends.
Now I'm going to jump ahead in your relationship. Well, when did you meet her? Do you remember?
The end of 2021.
At some point, you knew she was getting married.
Yes.
Were you going to be part of that?
Yes, I was a bridesmaid in their wedding.
I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of 2025. Do you recall that day?
I do.
At some point, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
And was that over the phone?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
Yes. We talked on the phone, and she was driving around North Andover, and she was crying, and I heard her baby crying in the back seat.
Did she tell you why she was crying?
She said that she needed Justin.
Any more than that, or was that the gist of it?
That was the gist of the conversation. And then she said she had to pull over to feed the baby.
Now, where were you when you had that conversation? Do you remember?
I was in North Andover driving around trying to meet up with her.
Did you ever meet up with her that day?
I did not until I saw her later in the hospital.
Where did you go? Did you stay in North Andover?
I didn't up until I went to the hospital after she was shot.
Okay. Where did you go in North Andover? Anybody's house in particular?
I went to Hunter's house.
Okay. And who is Hunter?
He is a friend of Justin's.
And Justin Alain?
Yes.
And who do you know him to be with regards to Kelsey?
He is a coworker of Justin's and also a friend of his.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hunter. I meant of the defendant. Who is Justin in relation to the defendant?
Oh,
sorry
Justin.
if that was unclear.
That's okay. Justin was Kelsey's fiance.
Was anybody else over Hunter's house?
Yes.
Who was that?
It would be me, Justin, Katrina, myself, and Justin's sister, Courtney.
And who is Katrina?
A friend of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Was she also in the wedding, if you know?
Yes.
Without getting into the conversation that was being had between the half dozen of you or so, do you know if Justin made a decision to do something?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
Okay. And at any point, did you see the defendant in the area of Hunter's house?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I witnessed her drive by Hunter's house.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing else.
Ross?
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Mitchell.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple questions. You said that you spoke with Kelsey on 6/30/25,
That is correct.
and she told you that she was driving around. She said that she was meeting Justin, right?
No, she was not meeting Justin.
Did you say needing Justin?
I thought you said meeting.
I did. Wasn't she going to meet Justin?
That was what I understood from Justin, but she didn't tell me that on the phone.
Okay, she said that she needed Justin?
Meeting or needing? You need to clarify that for me.
I think I said needed. She said she needed Justin?
Needed Justin, that is correct.
Okay, so just let's put that over here. And she had also told you that day that she was meeting Justin, right?
Yes, thank you for clarifying.
So she couldn't meet with you because she was meeting Justin, right?
That is what she said.
And you said there was some sort of gathering at Hunter's house,
Yes,
and that was a social gathering with swimming and drinking, right?
that is incorrect.
Was there swimming?
No, Mr. Bradle.
Was there drinking?
Also no.
And it was you, Katrina, and Justin and his sister and Hunter, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that you saw her drive by the house,
Yes,
and so it's fair to say that she would have been able to recognize some or all of the vehicles, right?
yes,
And going by the house is a route that would take her to the North Andover Common, right?
yes, it's near there, correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing. Okay. All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
May we approach? Yes. Just give me one moment. Well, you can start walking over.
5 minutes. We are still on the record.
So she said she needed him. And she was going to meet him. Can you please clarify? Her friend look like she on one. I wonder who else they gonna call. Who on the Kelly show? I'm being nosy. Who seemed guilty to you? Who are you talking about, Lynn? You just come in the chat. What you talking about, girl? What you talk about? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm dipping in your conversation. Let's see here. Okay, so far as Megan with 2 G's, I don't see any type of verdict. It's just sitting there. I mean, like they don't even have the room like really open, just so y'all know. Let me check on Hawaii. Hawaii 5-0. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, it looks like we are going to have court in Hawaii. I see the defendant. He is approaching the stand. I am going to see what we have here. Okay. Let me see what they're going to do here today with our current trial.
Would the view occur tomorrow?
I think so, Your Honor, that if that's the case, we could do it tomorrow, or we could do it after the defense case.
Okay, and Commonwealth, what do you say?
Take no position.
Well, here's the thing. You take no position, but as I kidded with you earlier, we're gonna need your resources.
Sure, no, take no
Okay.
position. I leave it up to you whether you think you need one. We would absolutely assist in any way we can.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'm not going to take a position on whether I need one or not. What I'm going to do is allow the motion. You've requested it, and go there with an open mind. And
thank you.
We'll treat it like a view with the jury. You folks can point out things to me that you'd like me to remember. It will become part of the evidence like it is in a jury trial, my observations, and the issue. I just need, I'd like to take a short break to just meet with the court staff, Mr. Wayne, and our court officers just on the procedures that we'll use. As I told you at Sidebar, I've never done a view in a bench trial. It's not something that we typically do, but I'm all for it. I want to talk with my staff for a few, not my staff, the staff, for a few moments, so that I can come back and we can perhaps get some planning done as well. Okay, so let's just take even a 5-minute break, and Mr. Wayne and our chief and our assistant chief, if I can talk with you for a moment.
All right, which stands in a 5-minute recess. 5.
Okay, so they are taking a 5-minute break. They are trying to decide in regards to a viewing. I really don't even understand why we doing a viewing. I mean, like the judge said, like he has never done a viewing in a bench trial. And from the pictures, I don't know if they want to just show how small the room is. And it seemed like this is something being pushed by the defense. So I really don't know why that is the case. In regards to our doctor who tried to push his wife off the cliff, we do have court over there. I am going to begin putting a link in here. Because I'm thinking court here is probably I think they probably about the end for the day. I think. So I am going to pin this to the top. I am going to also, I'm going to try to do the redirect. I don't know. I think it worked, but then again, I think it don't work. So I'm going to try to drop us off over there.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, all right, so formally the motion for review is allowed. And I've met with our court officers and Mr. Wayne. So let me just specify who's going to be present. I'm going to assume that the 3 groups, the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court staff will go there in separate vehicles. So we need to just work out a time, and also, frankly, we have to work out. So let me back up. As for who goes inside the house to do the view, I'm sorry, all the folks in the back row, but perhaps it can be the four of you folks that Ms. Fitzsimmons, counsel, the trial counsel that have been here, Attorney Coakley, Attorney Bradle, and your paralegal. And I'm sorry, he said Mr. Bradle has told me your name 6 times, and I just keep forgetting. But I don't mean any disrespect to the other attorneys, but I can already tell from the photographs it's a small house, and then on the court side, it will be myself, Mr. Wayne, our court monitor, if you'll be available, and some court officers. We'll take our own vehicle. I would ask that there be some kind of police escort for us so that we can do this quickly. And I'll also tell the media and our audience that this is not something that you folks will be this is not going, you will not, no one else will be inside that house or really within some yardage or footage of the house. I need to figure out what that would be, other than the folks that I've mentioned. Defense counsel, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the court staff, and the prosecutors. So I'd ask that the North Andover Police, I'll give you some kind of a distance. I need to think about it. it, but that the North Andover Police do what is you, or the state police do what they usually do during a view, which is typically shutting down the street or area to make sure that we can accommodate quick movement through there. All right, so that's where we're at. So I would just ask you folks to just work out a time, let our either chief court officer, assistant chief court officer, Mr. Ruane know what time you want to go, and then what we'll do is if we're in the middle of a witness's testimony, we'll just break, go on the view and come back. And again, the expectations at the view will be just like we do during a jury trial. The attorneys it will be on the record in the sense of it will be recorded, so it's not live, but recorded. It's a handout, right? So it won't be live, but it will be recorded, so there's a record of it. And the attorneys, like in a jury view, will just point out locations inside the home that you'd like me to, and even outside the home that you'd like me to make note of. All right, and we will go from there. Anything else?
We spoke, we anticipate Thursday morning. Just to give you a heads up, we need a little time to.
Oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. You anticipate Thursday morning. Okay, that's time. Just let okay. All right. And does that work for you folks? Okay.
Yeah, because it was 3:20.
That makes sense. So tomorrow, the Commonwealth may or may not have a witness. The defense, if the Commonwealth rests, I guess you could rest because it is the defense's motion for the view. So technically you could rest. If the Commonwealth rests in the morning, you'll be ready to proceed with your case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Excellent. And then we won't obviously get to closings until after the view. So if we're on target and the evidence tomorrow, we can that can happen on Thursday. All right. And one other thing. I've only done this once, this trial. I always have these false alarms when I'm ready to leave. And that is that, as I said, I'd like to get some agreement on the law that you want me to apply. All right. So, or at least maybe not agreement, consensus. All right. So you can do that in the way of proposed jury instructions, just a memo, whatever you want to do.
I feel like I got to sneeze.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right.
Okay, so they are in recess. I kind of figured that was going to happen.
Please remember when you exit the courtroom, there is
So I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. I don't think they're going to let us inside the house because somebody else has purchased the house. So they had to get permission from the other homeowner in order to view the house. But anywho, I do want to get us over into our Hawaii case because yes, the victim is on the stand and I don't want us to really miss much of it. So I am going to drop the link again in the chat if you want to head over to that room if you are watching the Hawaii case. And let's get in there and see what we have for today. And I will put everything out for tomorrow's case. All right. Thank you guys for hanging in here with us. If you are just looking at our cop versus cop trial, we'll be back in the courtroom tomorrow. And it seems like we're going to be starting with the defense case. If you are following our doctor who decided to try to push his wife off the cliff, we are heading over there now. All right, guys, I will see you I guess I'll see you in the next room. All right.